Hi, how you doing? It's me. We're back, finally. Hope you're all having a nice Saturday afternoon. We're finally here. It's episode 3 of Cleared for Battle. Hello everybody that made it on time. Hello Bossman, Meme, Sam's, Mart, Old Man Han. Hope you're all doing well. Hope this last month has treated you well. Hello Dylan. How's everyone feeling about today? Are you optimistic? I kind of am. I'm feeling lucky. Feeling great, complicated. I understand that. Which is bad for the rest of you. Remember, this time it's a 40-minute time limit, so I'm gonna actually need to set up that timer. I'm surprised to see you're streaming during EVO weekend. Oh, all the announcements aren't until tomorrow. So it's fine. It's still mostly a pools day. But yeah, this week, this time it's gonna be a little, there's not many movesets to go through for episode 3 because everybody mostly just posted for episode 4. Like, as you can see, I think we only have like 12 movesets to pick from this time around. Hello Tien, hello Luigi. Moveset reading any percent? Fuck, I wish I had the competence to be a speedrunner. Yeah, I think 40 minutes apiece. 3 hours, probably more than enough. Rip Crazy Dave. Well, Keo posted Dante after Crazy Dave, which made me assume that they wanted to see Dante reviewed before Crazy Dave. Speaking of EVO announcements, has anyone had fun with those game presentations last month? They're okay. For the most part. But yes, shall we spin the wheel already? Or do you want to get situated a little bit? Wasn't there a moveset you said you spin last episode you said you would do in this one? Probably, but yeah, I'll go back and look at them later. Black Alice in 40 minutes? Oh, it's probably not going to be reviewed in 40 minutes, but 40 minutes is the cutoff point for any moveset, and everything else past that 40 minutes is only going to be reviewed through, like, text. Alright, so who's going to be the first moveset of the day? Our first moveset is Picarine. Who submitted this? Hang on, I need to disable streamer mode. This is by Jimbo Mario. And it's a Reddit post. If I don't get through all of this, this might be a little bit hard to review because while I do have a Reddit account, I don't really use it very much. I don't know if this thing's locked or not. Dante's kind of a big deal for me since I didn't think I'd make a second moveset since I kind of wanted to give up after Nemesis. Well, it's a good thing you didn't. I caught parts of the SNK panel last night. It was quite good. You know, when the SNK group were talking about a special DLC character that they were going to release, like not too long after they announced Terry for Street Fighter 6, I think they kind of just dropped the fucking ball and not having it be a Street Fighter character in King of Fighters 15. Like, Vice and Mature are cool, but they're not like Akuma. Okay, let me just get this ready, and 3, 2, 1, timer starts now. Project AT cut content Picarine. The perpetually Peckish princess, Eustiania von Estrella, better known as Picarine. Picarine serves as the princess of Landasol and is the founder and leader of the guild Gourmet Edifice, a guild formed for the sake of opening a special restaurant. Picarine possesses a unique ability with the use of her royal armament, which greatly boosts her physical capabilities to make short of any monster in sight. However, it drains her stamina in return, to the point of nearly collapsing from hunger. And shortly after coming across Kokoro, Yuki, and Kyaru, the four of them form a guild known as Gourmet Edifice, acquiring a guild house that is managed by Karen. I'm not gonna read the rest because I don't think we need to waste time, knowing more about the character. You guys tell me the moveset, not the character. Basic attack. Starting off with her jab, it's a 3-hit jab that has her do 2 horizontal slashes and ending it in a vertical slash from high to low. This references her jab combo and her crossover appearance Dragalia Lost. Fuck, I haven't heard that name in a while. Her dash attack has her doing a leaping horizontal slash. This referencing her Force Strike, also from Dragalia Lost. Right off the bat, I'm gonna say this. Text is great and it helps to describe stuff, but usually you want pictures to go with your moves. It just helps the reader, because not everybody is a visual, not everybody is a learner that is through text. Some people learn better through visuals, and sometimes visuals always help, because as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and yeah. Its hard hit has a bit of startup. Her side tilt has her slicer sword high to low, references her attack animation in her home game. Up tilt has her slash from low to high. This references a part of her attack animation from another crossover appearance, Grand Blue Fantasy. While it can only hit from the front and deals relatively below average damage, it's surprisingly fast and has some decent knockback growth. And her down tilt has her do a sweep kick, this attack being capable of tripping foes at low percents. Now, that all sounds fine. But as somebody that has not really played much of Dragalia Lost and is not familiar with Grand Blue Fantasy outside of Versus, I think images would definitely help the viewer, because it also just helps sell the move better. For her side smash, this has a real back and slam her sword onto the ground, causing the ground to shatter. References another part of her combo in Dragalia Lost. a deadly attack that deals quite a ton of damage, and knockback if it connects. Emphasis on if, as it does have a ton of startup, so make sure you make use of this move. So make sure you use this move. Don't use this move unless you're sure it will hit. Well, that's most forward smashes. Her up smash has her stab her sword onto the ground, propel herself up. Propel herself with the sword for a leaping kick. While the move is rather precise, it hits hard and can even allow her to dodge lower attacks. And her down smash has her do a rapidly spinning slash, dealing multiple hits of damage before launching with the final hit, and has a long active hitbox. I will say that while I know that Peach is the only character in Smash that really has something like that, most of the time it's not really great to have a down smash that has a lingering hitbox, because most of the time it's just not fair to fight, especially if it has the range of a sword. Peach's attack is fairly short range, and you could definitely poke her out of it with certain characters. But the reason why down smashes with lingering hitboxes are bad is because they're specifically designed to precisely catch tech options. And if you have a down smash that just has a lingering hitbox with a huge range, you make teching this move extremely difficult, especially on some characters. Like, I would not want to be Donkey Kong getting off the floor with this character, for example. Well, then again, I don't think I want to be Donkey Kong getting off the floor against any character, but that's besides the point. So maybe just one side then the other is more than enough. Again, there's a reason why Peach is pretty much the only character that has a move like that. And I guess Daisy, because she's an Echo, in quotes, and definitely not just a costume, but yeah, I would just make it a single hit on either side, just to make it more fair, because that amount of range, when it comes to dealing with tech options, would basically just give you a objective advantage against the majority of the cast, especially the bigger characters. Her Nair does a single horizontal spinning slash, pretty slow on startup, it deals quite a bit of damage. Her Fair has her do a slash from high to low. Her back air has her do an X kick from high to low. I mean, you don't need to say high to low on an X kick. X kick is always high to low. This attack being capable of spiking foes of its sweet spots. Her up air has her do an overhead slash followed by a backflip kick. This two-hit attack acting as a great stock closer, and her down air has her do an overhead slash followed by a kick from front to back. This deals great damage and is effective as a landing option. Again, a lot of these moves seem fairly straightforward, fairly standard. They just need pictures to go with them, because having to put this all in my mind, I might be missing something from the actual games because I don't exactly know what they look like. Pickering grabs one arm and pummels by stepping on her foe's feet. Her forward throw has her smack the foe away with her sword. Back throw has her toss the foe backwards. Up throw has her light toss the foe, then uppercut the foe to send them skyward. And her down throw has him send the foe into the ground with her sword, then follow up with a knee to the foe to launch them away. Again, very standard, simple. I like that her pummel is something unique. That's nice. Special attacks and fighter ability memory. This is where things are going to get interesting for those that have never played Princess Connect Redive. I have not. It's a real-time role-playing game that involves using party members to take out hordes of enemies until you reach the end of the stage. And where do you find these members? By summoning them using the gotcha banners, of course. Sounds like me for the past week, doing basically almost nothing but playing Zenless Zone Zero. By summoning using the gotcha banners, and for Project AT, the same thing will be implemented with a fighter ability simply titled Memory. For 3 special attacks, or neutral special, side special, and down special, they all have Pickering call upon the aid of many of the members within the home game to perform one of their 2 skills. Where do the members come from? I'd like to imagine that Pickering has an unsuspecting amount of memory shards within an unforeseen pocket. Memory shards are another method of recruiting units outside of the gacha banner and collecting a certain amount. We'll get you the ally that relates to the memory shards. Each of the I'm sorry, just I like the concept of a character that literally uses gacha pulls as a mechanic. I almost want to say, just for comedic effect, like have her pull out a phone and do a few pulls. But I know that that would make like next to no sense. Still, it's funny to me. Each of the specials has its own pool of 10 party members that is chosen at random each time. Each time the corresponding move is used, each of the party members has an equal 10% chance of appearing. While extremely versatile, there are some drawbacks. Some party members perform one specific action and leave from whence they came immediately afterwards, and once they appear, Pickering cannot use any other special attack. The exception of her up special, although she can freely move around and perform basic attacks and grabs. Pickering can only have one summoned party member on play at a time, and you can press the special button while someone is out to dismiss them early, but doing so ends any attacks or beneficial effects they've done. And you're still stuck waiting for about half a second before you can perform another summon. On top of that, you can never get the same summon twice in a row. So with that fighter ability explained, I'll explain all the 3 special attacks that make use of the Gacha fighter ability first, and then end with the up special. Princess Connect global servers were shut down, though you can still play the game on Japanese servers. I'm sorry, I can't fucking see the end of your statement because of the fucking heart and the freaking... Yeah, Japanese servers. That's not bad. I definitely think that 10 might be a bit much. And I think that there definitely should be a way for you to have at least somewhat of an idea of who's coming next, just to, you know, have some form of control over the chaos. Because I think in fighting games, chaos is fun and chaos is fine, but it needs to be controlled chaos and not just complete and total fucking anarchy. I would probably limit it down to maybe 4 per slot, because again, 10 is a bit much. Imagine showing a gacha game to a Victorian child. To be honest, I'm pretty sure they'd love it. No, little German boy, don't go in the gacha cave. What would a completely chaotic fighting game look like? Well, if I want to think of a character that's like nothing but chaos, the thing that probably comes to my mind first is Ronald McDonald from Mugen. That would go on to be Ronald McDonald in Rivals of Aether. There are a lot of Rivals Workshop characters that could constitute as chaotic and like complete and total anarchy. But yeah, I would trim this down. 10 is a bit much because you'd have to keep track of 30 different characters. Your opponent would need to keep track of 30 different characters. And since you have no idea when they're going to appear, it's generally not something that's great for balance. So instead, I would knock it down to like 4 per slot. That's still 12 characters and still 12 different abilities to pick from, which is still a lot. Hello, Joe. But yes, just knock down the numbers. If you want to make them 25% each, you can. Maybe make one a little bit more likely and one a little bit more rare. Just so you know they have, that gotcha value of you got the rare pull. Or, you lost the 50-50. A neutral special. This is again the simplest bunch. Those take the role as physical attackers and tanks. Melee memory. The following 10 members are available with this special. First member is Ray, who uses her skill Wind Thrust, dealing a straight thrust with her sword as it emits a burst of wind. Second is Hiyori, who uses her skill Cat Combination, dealing a flurry of punches and ends with an uppercut. The third member is Librista, who uses her skill Build, stabbing her sword to the ground as a stone pillar rises up from the ground. The fourth member is Nozomi, who uses the skill Claire Slash, dealing a spinning slash that, if it connects, will cause the foe to become dizzy. That might not be super well balanced. I would probably, instead of make them dizzy, maybe just have it do very heavy shield damage. Fifth member is Mimi, who uses the skill Pion Attack, performing a backflip and dealing a jumping slash that has the most reach out of all the melee attacks. Sixth member is June, who uses the skill Armor Break, dealing a shoulder tackle that only does moderate damage and knockback, is guaranteed to break shields. I would probably pick and choose between Nozomi and June. I think you should only have really one move that has the chance to potentially send somebody into a dizzy state. I think a 10% chance to get a free dizzy state is a little bit much. Seventh member is Miyako, uses the skill Annoying Nano, transforming into her ghost form and then reverts back to regular form in a burst of spiritual energy. And while Miyako is in her ghost form, Pickering becomes completely invincible to all attacks. That's a bit much. The eighth member is Makoto, who uses the skill Hard Slash, dealing an overhead slam that has a permanent sweet spot that can spike opponents. Ninth member is Mahiro, who uses the skill Fork Slash. I almost read that as Fox Slash for some reason. An upward slash that is among the fastest of the members. And the 10th member is Miyumi, who uses the skill Feeling Scared Jet, dealing a double slash followed by a backflip kick. If all hits connect, will leave the foe in a crumpled state. While each member does a unique attack that has its own upsides, they all serve the same purpose of acting as a powerful close-range attack and as a prime stock closer at high percents. My biggest problem is that this feels like way too detached from the rest of the moveset. I think just having the chance to just randomly call somebody in really, while the idea of a gacha system for a playable fighting game character is a funny idea, I do not think that this is probably the best way to execute it, because a lot of these abilities seem a little too overtuned, and I know they're all 10% chance of happening. Maybe make the ones that have stuff like break, if you want to keep them all, make the ones that have stuff like breaking your shield or instantly dazing you or putting you in a crumple state are a lower chance of showing up than the ones that are just simple attacks. It's it's a bit much. And her side special is magic attackers, ranged memory, 10 more attacks, Uses the skill Thunderball, an electric orb from her staff that acts as a gravity-affected projectile that explodes if it comes into contact with anything. Shell Blast, conjuring a stream of blue flames that expand the platform length. Ice Lance, conjuring a lance of ice that fires diagonally downwards, and once it hits the ground, it causes spikes to emerge from the ground, causing anyone to be frozen. Frozen is a pretty powerful aspect to just give a character, but okay. Starlight, firing a star-shaped projectile that travels straight forwards, dealing minimal damage behind knockback. Bloody Spear, firing a barrage of spears to deal rapid hitting damage. Akshasa Navrana, type Null, smashing your sword into the ground to create a wave of energy that travels along the ground, much like Terry's Power Wave. Stardust Magic, firing a different colored star-shaped projectile that explodes as soon as it hits a foe or reaches max distance. The explosion causing foes to gain a temporary debuff to their weight, cutting its value by 5 points. That's a little bit too much, in any case. I do not think there should ever be a mechanic, unless it's something that directly affects the character using it, that actively just cuts down the weight value of other characters. If you want to give a character a mechanic that gives them a buff, but they cut their own weight in the process, that's fine. But literally just having an attack that just cuts somebody's weight by 5, which for some characters is a little bit too much. Like, what are you gonna, like that? Pichu is at 57 if you hit him with this, I think. He could be lower. Watch the whole process, main nap. I did a lot of labor. That's fine. I don't think they should cut the weight at all. No, I don't think that there should be an ability that cuts the weight of another character. If you want something that can cut your own weight in the means of a buff, perfectly fine. There should be nothing that does that to other characters. Throwing eye, grabbing the eye from her staff and tossing it forward, dragging goes along like the drill before exploding after a total of 3 hits. Undying Resentment, charging up magic to fire an orb that soon becomes an explosion as it comes into contact with the ground. Is the longest startup of all the ranged members, but is the strongest by quite a decent margin, and the 10th member uses the skill Satellite Ray, firing a beam from her crystal-shaped blasters that travel an extremely far distance and deal immense shield damage. I don't know if you should have a projectile with long range that does incredible shield damage, but that's just me. These gals are rather simple, providing the roles of making use of their own projectiles that span at mid-range and maybe even long-range. It feels like a lot of these are a little too samey. Sadly, there's only so much you can do with just basic projectile options in Smash, and I think that trying to shove in 10 of them to one move clearly shows this, because there is definitely overlap between a few of these, and I think that you could just remove a couple of them and there would be very, very little lost. And again, I think that cutting the weight value of the character is just no. No thanks, not interested. Pickering's down special. She calls one of the native party members to take the role of supporters, buffers, debuffers, and healers. All of this could be problematic. I call this move Support Memory. Provide support for the special. The speed up grants temporary boost to Pickering's mobility for 10 seconds. 10 seconds is a long time. Depends on the severity of the mobility buff. It doesn't really specify how much things are improved. But anything for 10 seconds is probably a bit much. Floral Shield buffs Pickering's weight by 10 points for 10 seconds. Frozen Lake stabbing and twirling around her sword to conjure a floor of ice that grants a temporary buff to Pickering and any of her team allies' damage output for 10 seconds. That should probably be like half that at most. Fairy's Lullaby conjuring a close-range projectile that causes foes to have their damage output cut in half. If it's for one attack, that's not terrible, but it doesn't really specify, so I'm probably gonna say that's a bit much. No, you don't want to cut down the damage of other characters. That's basically what counters are designed to do. Capture string, whipping out a strange string that if it latches onto a foe, it will be pulled towards them, leaving them wide open to damage. I would not have them be helpless. I would probably let them potentially, react and potentially catch them off guard. Because just pulling somebody to you from that amount of distance is probably a bit much if they're just left open to damage the moment they get close to you. Affection Cure, granting a small heal over time, healing a total of 20% over the span of 10 seconds and a rate of 4% every 2 seconds. I'm glad that the heal is somewhat balanced. I was a little bit worried about the heal being probably a little bit too overpowered, but 4% every 2 seconds is tolerable, especially since your opponent can probably deal that 20% back like threefold within that 10-second time frame if they know what they're doing. Poison Arrow, firing a point-blank shot from her bow, an arrow that causes the foe to take passive damage over time, dealing damage of roughly 50% over the span of 10 seconds, 1.5% every single second. Surprisingly weak for a damage over time effect. Like 15% over 10 seconds is like not very much. Most characters can do that in 0.1 second with one attack. Leak Wraith, firing a small orb of blue flame that causes the foe's weight to be cut by 10 points. Why is there another one that cuts the weight by 10 points? This one's double the other one, so you can stack them and have 15. No, I don't want Jigglypuff to have a weight value of 53. Like, just no. No, thank you. Don't want it. No. Little Devil's Kiss, blowing a kiss to release a small heart and should hit the foe. We dealt with a weakened shield. It's passable. And 10th member is Saren, who uses Elegant Air, granting Pickering a slight buff to her frame data. These gals are the most complex, having a variety of utility moves that can grant Pickering unique benefits or give foes unique stat nerfs. But I should mention that the effects themselves do not stack up. Oh, good God, thank Christ. And summoning another support member will cancel the buffs and debuffs from a prior one immediately. In that case, I think that having another character that just cuts the weight by even more is pointless. If they don't stack, then I don't see why you have two characters doing the exact same thing. My biggest problem with this design is that it is next to impossible to plan around. Like, usually with characters in a competitive setting, you want to think of a game plan. You prioritize several different moves, and you have several different ways of starting combos and getting in, opening up those for damage. Because of the inherent random aspect of these moves, you cannot do that. And 3/4 of my special moves are literally just a random chance that can either help me or completely fuck me over. I think that there should be some control to the chaos in some way, shape, or form. If you want to make it so you can choose the member you send out, but they have different recovery times, maybe have it so that the neutral special is the only one with access to multiple people, but you can choose which one you want. Someone like a wheel for Shulk, and then they each have different, times active, and they have different recharge timers. But having this 10 characters for 3 different buttons is way too much. It's just too much. It's too much for the player of the character to deal with, and it's too much for her opponent to memorize. Because, again, this is random chance, so you don't have a fucking clue what's gonna happen. And finally, for Picarine's up special, she used her second skill, Fall Slash. This is the only special to not make use of the Gotcha Fighter ability. Has her leap high up into the air and then come crashing down with her sword, slamming it into the ground. These specials function in the exact same manner as Terry's Power Dunk. The main difference being that she does not stop the descent. She always slams her sword onto the ground and does not stop a set distance. The move itself is very powerful and can be useful for if you feel you don't quite trust your luck, although as a recovery move, it's not all too amazing, merely only a tick average. Overall, you're probably thinking to yourself, this fire sounds like the textbook definition of RNG, probably even worse than the likes of Hero and Mr. Game & Watch combined. Well, the difference between Mr. Game & Watch and Hero compared to this is that everything about those characters when it comes to random chance is always situated to one button. It's only Hero's down special, and it's only Mr. Game & Watch's Judgment. Mr. Game & Watch's random chance for Judgment has never really been a problem because they each have a different impact, and none of them are inherently overpowered except for the one that's supposed to be very strong, which is the 9. And you're also putting yourself at risk by using it, because if you get a 1, you hurt yourself. There's no inherent risk to a lot of these summoned characters. There's nothing that could potentially hurt the player character. It's all just stuff that could potentially hurt opponents. And with stuff like, again, the weight reduction, and the instant daze, and the instant crumple, and the instant shield break, it's too much. It's kind of meant to be the point. It still doesn't matter. Just because something is fun does not make it balanced. My apologies if this joke has been already said, but does she have some sort of gotcha mechanic? Oh, that's not a joke, that's literally what it is. You're basically making a pull for a specific character to come out and perform an ability. And I think for one ability, that's like one button, that'd be fine if you limited the amount of characters you could choose from. Even if you want it to be you get to choose the category of attacker, supporter, or ranged, and you get 4 characters per slot. You get like basic ones, and then you get the really rare one that might give you something interesting if you use it. I don't mind that, but literally 10 characters per button is just no. Hero has critical hits on smash attacks. That's not a gotcha mechanic, that's just random crits from Team Fortress 2. Not to mention, Hero's smash attacks for the most part are garbage and easy to counter. When music stop? Fuck you. You do that, YouTube. For Picarine's final smash, she uses her powerful Union Burst, as for which the two she has, both of them I called Princess's Valiant Strike. Picarine calls upon Yuki as he dashes forward with a side slash. Any foe caught in the attack will be pulled in. The same magic shows Yuki granting Picarine energy. Then she soon charges forward, delivering a barrage of slashes to the caught foe, with the final slash cleaving through them. Then that same slash soon explodes for a spectacle of a finishing blow as she chows down on a rice ball. Afterwards, Yuki vanishes, and for Picarine to continue the fight. Standard. Final smashes are probably the only spot in a character's moveset where being somewhat detached from the moveset itself is not that much of a problem, because I inherently argue that every single final smash is pretty detached from the characters that they're a part of. Not so in the way of references, but just more in terms of game purpose. It's not as bad as like Rolfan's interpretation of Pokemon trainers using a 4th Pokemon for the Pokemon trainer team, because that makes complete and total nonsense. So yeah, Final Smash is fine. And colors and stage control, that stuff's not really super important. I think for the most part, from what I've been shown, and when I mean shown, I mean described to me through text because there's no pictures, it sounds fairly standard, and for the most part, it probably would be a fine character, but those freaking gacha specials are just like too much. I think you need to heavily revise this and do something completely different with it. Whether you want to keep it only to 1 button, or you want to lock it, you want to lock like 3 different characters to 3 different specials. I don't know. I just think that this is just too much. Or have it just be one of the Pokemon already on the team in Cynthia's case. That one I'd argue is even worse. But yes, I think for the most part you have something good here. Please, please, please just use pictures for your moves. Even if you can't, even if you have to make something up, just like, I don't know, a stick figure with a sword does so much for something like this, because just text is not enough. And it's never been enough when it comes to designing stuff like this. I have a bad habit of overcompensating for mechanics. It's a cut concept after all. That's fair. I think the mechanic could work if you just tuned it down in some way, shape, or form. Whether you just make it 1 button for 10 characters, maybe make the button where you get to choose 3 different categories and you get a random character from that category. That would be somewhat close to the way Hero does it with his spell list. And even then, I don't inherently think the spell list is a very well designed move. I think it's a pretty poorly designed move in my honest opinion. I think that there are ways to make it work, but this is definitely not it. And I would like to see this come back at some point, maybe. I always encourage people to resubmit old work that they revamp, because it shows me that they've taken what I've told them to heart and they are actively trying to improve. Because usually when I see people just constantly submitting new work after stuff that I've already reviewed, there tends to be a lot of the same problems over and over and over again, and as a result, I tend to repeat myself. So yeah, I highly encourage anybody listening, and I'm just killing time because there's only 56 seconds left for me to talk because we're about to hit the 40-minute mark. I highly encourage anybody doing Cleared for Battle to resubmit old work, just to show that you understand the criticisms that you've been met with and you're trying to improve, and as a result, you actively want to show me that you're doing your best to improve as a moveset creator. If all of your movesets are over 6 years old, Luigi fan, maybe it's time to make something new. Oh. That's, Alright, that's one moveset down. And we did it within the time limit. Alright. With that done, who's next? Our next moveset is Bowser. I'm pretty sure this one was made by Harry Mations. You just find it real quick. There we go. Bowser Recuperated. I've always admired the work that Harry does for his movesets, where he actually goes and he makes these little clay models for his characters. So this is essentially a revamp of Bowser. Before I start, let me just get this timer ready. Still, it's an honor to have you review my cut concept. Oh, the honor's all mine, because you thought that I was worthy enough to review it in the first place. All right, 40 minutes starting now. Bowser Recuperated. For starters, like many other gamers, I like Bowser's gameplay, but his personality leaves a lot to be desired. I think Bowser's gameplay is okay. I think there are definitely spots that can be improved, and I wish he literally just wasn't a non-grappler discount Hugo, because he's not even really a grappler anymore, yet he has elements of one, but he isn't one. Because they decided that they didn't want to have Donkey Kong or Bowser be characters in Smash Ultimate. Despite how amazing his gameplay is, his personality is the most shackled out of all the Smash Bros. Cast. I'd argue there are characters that are probably more shackled in terms of personality. Bowser isn't allowed to be anything but a mindless hulking monster in Smash, and that was fine for Melee, but nowadays Bowser's basically Nintendo's equivalent to Lord Hater from Wander Over Yonder. Amazing show, by the way. Go check it out when you can. A tyrannical, immature, but tenacious goofball. And Smash keeps refusing to update Bowser's personality because of Smash's resistance to change. Actually, no, it's because of Sakurai himself. I would argue that is more a personal bias from Sakurai, because he has actively spoken out about Bowser in actual Mario games being too goofy, and he wants him to be more menacing and serious. And as a result, Bowser in Smash is menacing and serious, and don't ever let your personal biases get in the way of designing characters, kids. It's not good. It ruins stuff more than it helps, trust me. So I'm going to show you how the team behind the next Smash game can update the Koopa King to be far better personality-wise, while also updating his playstyle to be a bit even better than he currently is. As previously established, Bowser's personality and the personality presentation in Smash needs a lot of work. My main problem with Bowser's presentation and personality in Smash is that he looks, sounds, and acts too monstrous. I think he looks fine. Like, his design is perfectly fine, especially in Ultimate, where they took away the lockjaw of Smash 4 and turned him into an actual character that emotes better, like facially. I think his design is perfectly fine. So like DK, Wario, Diddy, and Dixie, I made a clay model for Bowser to show what he could look like in Super Smash Bros. I want Bowser to look just like he does in the Mario games, but for the posture he'd be more of a mix between Brawl and Ultimate's Bowser, having Bowser be hunched over again, but not as hunched as in Brawl, and shortening his arms a bit to make them more proportionate to the rest of the body. I don't think Bowser's arms are even that long. I also would argue that the arm length of Bowser in Smash is probably proportionate to his actual arm length. Hang on a second. We're just gonna do a bit of a comparison here. Yeah, what's this movie Bowser? That's regular Bowser. I don't think his arms are... I think his arms are proportionate to the rest of his body. I could be wrong, but these look like they're the same length and size as this. These aren't his... He doesn't have short arms. I'd argue that Bowser's proportions in Smash are pretty much identical to his actual self. I could be wrong, but these definitely don't look like they're that different from one another. Regardless. Also, hello Harry, you made just in time. Yes, you are second up. We're talking about Bowser. Hunched over again, and now he's hunched in Brawl and shortening his arms to make it a bit make them a bit more proportionate to the rest of his body. I think the arms of Bowser are perfectly fine. If only because it looks like his proportions are pretty identical between games. I also want the team behind the next Smash Bros. Game to use Bowser's voice on the Mario games for Bowser and Smash, because if Junior can have his voice, then why can't his old man? People have been asking that forever, and I honestly think that this is something that's going to change. I think that this might be a Wii Fit Trainer situation where the developers, mainly like Miyamoto or somebody, comes to Sakurai and says, can you give Bowser his voice? Like, the Mario movie did so much to bring in like so many new Mario fans and reintroduce this character to the younger generation. And people know Bowser for having a voice and not sounding like this, so can you please give him a voice? I can see some like Koizumi or Miyamoto actually talking to Sakurai and making this happen. Fun fact, I originally fucking hate this heart symbol that blocks the text. I originally made Bowser a zoner, but that didn't go really well. Yeah, I don't agree. Yeah, I agree. Bowser should not be a zoner. For taunts, I want the up and side taunt to be changed. Up taunt has Bowser stand more upright and hold his arms up while smugly chuckling like in Mario 3D World. A good choice. Side taunt now has Bowser flex his right arm and say "Showtime" from Bowser's Inside Story. I like actually say it, or like a text bubble? Are we talking like he actually says something, or are we talking like the way that Spider-Man and Venom get taunt bubbles in the Marvel vs. Capcom series? He does? He get... What? Does he... Is it a text bubble, or does he actually say it? Oh, it does with the voice. I've not played Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story. It's also a Hugo reference? Okay, that's the thing you needed to sell me. That's all you need to say to sell me on it, because we can keep Bowser being like Hugo. You've got it. For victory animations, I want a new one where Bowser hops into his clowncopter and laughs at the camera while flying away with Peach in his right arm as she screams Mario. A good choice. Nice Super Mario World reference. Surprised he doesn't have this as a victory animation. I also want Bowser's victory theme to be changed to a remix of his boss theme from Mario 64, with Bowser laughing at the end for extra detail. The thing is, I don't mind Bowser's victory theme in Smash already. I like that it's literally just a rockin' remix of the basic level complete theme, which is kind of a partial tongue-in-cheek reference to his levels in the Thousand Year Door. Like, I wouldn't be offended if it was Mario 64 Bowser Battle, but I legitimately do like the rock remix of the level complete theme from Mario for Bowser and the enemies. Bowser's stats, however, don't need to change, besides his airspeed being toned down because I want momentum physics to come back. As well as that, I want Bowser to be the same size as in Brawl again, because he looks kind of jarring compared to DK, but I don't want him to be the same size as in the Mario games, just bigger than the rest of the Mario cast. Same for K-Rool. I agree. I've always said that Bowser should be bigger than he currently is. Ever since they made him a better character design-wise in Smash 4, they toned down his size, and I was never a fan of how he was smaller than DK. I also don't like that K. Rool's smaller than DK as well. Um, I would like for his walk, dash, and run animations to be changed to like they look in Mario 64 and 3D Land. I don't mind Bowser's run animation. I think that a slower lumbering walk would be probably more fitting because I do think that Bowser's like weird sidewalk in Smash 4 and Ultimate does look a little bit out of place. Have you ever chat GPT to Smash moveset? No. Everything I do is my own designs. That and chat GPT is a little bit unreliable for stuff like that. It would probably take me longer to get it to spit out something I'm looking for than it would be to actually just write it myself. As hilarious as Bowser moving like a car was, it doesn't fit the character. I still have no idea what the fuck that was. Was it ever explained what that was? I digress. I also want Bowser to go back into his shell for his dodges like in Melee for better dodging. I could go with or without that, it doesn't really matter much to me. So like I said before, Bowser's gameplay in Smash is amazing. He feels like the bullying brute that he is, but I'd like for the Smash team to go even further with him gameplay-wise and give Bowser a few new options to amplify his bait and punch game and his grappling. I think that, personally, Bowser should focus more on grappling because his biggest thing as a character is he fucking steals people. To literally have him have an ability, and I think the Koopa Claw is the best thing, where he picks you up and he can just move you around and do whatever the hell he wants with you to sub combos and deal damage and what have you. I also want the team behind a future game to tone down Bowser's bending his shell to make attack animations look more natural. I don't mind that, mainly because of the fact that it adds to the squash and stretch of Smash's general design for a lot of characters. Like, most characters that use like physical attacks have their body parts grow and elongate in order to deal damage, and it does help with readability in a game that's that fast. I want Bowser's jab from Melee and Brawl to come back. Unlike in those games though, jab is now safer to throw out by having less end lag and having a bit less startup, with both hits coming out on frame 5. This allows jab to be one of Bowser's only safe poking tools while also chunking on some damage. You see, I kind of like him punching more. The palm thrust for his basic jab is a little weird, but the second hit where he just punches you I think is great. I think that Bowser probably would punch before he'd slash somebody. At least in my personal opinion. I want F-Tilt to be Bowser's old jab too, but now looking like his punch from Bowser's Inside Story. I'm surprised that you don't want that for forward smash, because most of the time I see somebody talk about his punch from Bowser's Inside Story, they want it on his forward smash. Unlike the old jab 2 though, this forward tilt can be changed in 3 different stages, and charged, not changed. Each charge level is stronger but laggier than the last, with the default punch being an OK punch with corresponding text to accompany it. Each stage is indicated by the number above Bowser. It goes from 1 to 3 depending on how long you charge it. Good punch deals 14% and gains heavy armor. 2 is great, which deals 21% and gains super armor. And 3 is excellent, deals 28% and makes Bowser invincible during the punch in the end until end leg starts. I think that that's a bit much for a forward tilt, and what you're describing is probably better suited for a forward smash. Because that's pretty much the point of a forward smash. It is a tilt that you charge in order to deal more damage. Even characters that have multiple tilts that deal more damage, it's more of just a push, like a hold in order to deal more damage as opposed to a charge. Like Ryu, for example. Ryu has a basic forward tilt, a hold down heavy forward tilt, and then he has a forward smash in the form of Judan Sokodogeri. Plus, you can correlate the good and great effects with the charge level of the smash attack. Exactly! And there aren't many smash attacks that have different effects if you charge them all the way, which is something I think that more attacks probably should have, just to incentivize people to use the full power, because most of the time in Smash, unless you broke somebody's shield, you're never using a fully charged forward smash, or any smash attack for that matter. Up tilt is safer on shields, but reaches a little less in front, and behind Bowser due to the hitboxes and animations being more like Brawl now. I don't remember what his up tilt looked like in Brawl. But I think you could probably still have it be the exact same. Down tilt is now a fiery tail sweep like in Mario Odyssey. Comes out on frame 6, but has bad end leg. It's the weakest of Bowser's tilts, dealing only 9% damage, but the flames on Bowser's tail give it more range. It has other tilts and a disjointed hitbox, making it great for beating out opposing attacks and triggering counterattacks to punish them if spaced correctly. You know, I always thought that this would make a good down smash. Out of like all the attacks that Bowser gets in Mario Odyssey, this is probably like the one that they could probably use for something in Smash. The only character who comes to mind who have difference in charge outside of damage is Mega Man with his Buster charge growing. Yeah, but that's just, it grows bigger and it does more damage. You don't get like additional armor or additional like invincibility effects and stuff like that for charging charge shot to maximum damage. I had this as Bowser's down smash. It feels better suited for a down smash. Again, I kind of like, I believe the canon name for this move is like temper tantrum slash, like where he does the 2 slashes while crouching. I could be wrong. Let me take a quick look. I'll pause the timer while I do this. No, it's called it's called Spoiled Brat Punch. Sorry, but Hugo Dropkick was too good to go. I mean, that's fair. I feel like you could have reincorporated it in some fashion. Not to mention, you still could have it on his aerials. Like, you could put it, if you really wanted, you could... I mean, it's still on the back air, but if you really wanted, you could put it on forward air. Because Hugo's dropkick is an aerial for the most part in Third Strike. Dash attack is now Bowser's shell roll from Mario Galaxy. It is similar to DK's dash attack function. DK's dash, or you can make it as dash attack. You know, you jump, you throw yourself forward, and you do a drop kick while doing a dash attack. I'm surprised you didn't give Bowser like his lariat for a dash attack, because that's like one of Hugo's most iconic moves. It's similar to DK's dash attack functionality, but it's not jump cancelable like DK's and doesn't gain momentum boost after hitting someone. Plus, this dash attack has more startup and stops Bowser in place as he goes into his shell ball. But this dash attack has even better kill power and goes a bit further and much faster than DK's. It can even cross up shields. However, the move also has a punishing end leg, so it works best as a burst option, landing, trap, and surprise kill move. Forward Smash now has even more kill power, dealing a stupid 51% when fully charged. This Forward Smash also triggers a special zoom in when fully charged. However, the end leg of this move is equal to Ganondorf's Forward Smash, and the hitbox of this Forward Smash isn't as big or as tall, but still has good reach. As well as that, this Forward Smash doesn't have super armor unless it's fully charged. 51% is enough to probably kill like most of the lighter cast at like 15 to 20%. That's a bit much. Also, having it equal to Ganondorf's in terms of end leg is not entirely fair to Ganondorf, because I think Ganondorf's sword damage maxes out at like 30%. And I know it doesn't have a disjoint. I forgot to resume the timer. I know it doesn't have a disjoint, but that's still a bit much. Because uncharged, that's like 38 to 39% damage. If not a little bit higher. 40%. That's still a lot for uncharged damage. I would tune it down to maybe be high 30s. High 30s tends to be like the limit for attack swing, for like smash attack damage. I mean, there's a reason why the Ice Climbers down smash was changed, because if you specifically timed it right on specific characters, that attack could deal 53% damage. Which is why they now have it so that each climber hits on one side a piece, instead of both of them hitting on both sides at the same time. Ganon smash attacks deal 40. 40 with the multiplier, maybe. But base level damage, it's more than likely closer to 30-something%. Like, his dropkick already, in like a clean hit, does 23% damage, which is a lot. That's more than some characters do with their fully charged forward smashes. It'd be extremely difficult to sell 51%. And here's the bear question. Is this 51% with or without the damage multiplier of one-on-one fights? Because if it's without it, that damage is probably closer to something like 60%, if not higher. With the multiplier. Okay, so in a regular fight, it probably does somewhere closer to 45. That's still a bit much. I would shave like 10% damage off of that. Up smash seems unchanged, but if you press A after the move, Bowser will pull a gotcha bitch and slam back down Carousel to bury opponents. Interesting idea. I think I would just not... I would think I would just keep that... Maybe make that a down smash. Bowser doesn't go that high off the ground when using his up smash. It extends the bait and punch game. Kind of. Most people, when they see Bowser doing an attack like that, they're more than likely never going to try and get near him from the bottom. Most characters, and speaking from experience, punishing Bowser out of up smash because I know he is technically armored, or he does have, you know, invulnerability hitbox near his top. Don't challenge him from above. You always challenge him from the sides, and you challenge him from at least neutral range, which is like mid-range. Or, you know, you wait for the attack to conclude, and then you move in and you punish. It sounds like a noob trap that really wouldn't work very much against people that have experience with the matchup or the character. And down smash has Bowser breathe fire on the ground while spinning in a circle for a single hit that gets weaker by the end. An interesting idea. I mean, what does that mean for his neutral special, I wonder? Has more range than his old down smash, as well as a disjoint hitbox thanks to the flamethrower, and a third hit in front of him since Bowser spins in a full circle. But this move also has a bit more startup and a lot more end leg, great for catching rolls and spot dodges, tech reading, and ledge pressuring. That was a leftover from the Zoner kit. I think if you wanted to have a down smash where if you wanted to incorporate this, my idea would be Bowser does a spinning claw slash to attack around him, and at the end of the move he can jump. If you hold it, he can jump up and then do the slam to catch people, because the down smash is usually the move that's used for tech chasing and punishing bad get up options and some stuff along those lines. That's mainly what the down smash is designed to do. So yeah, if you want to save this, because I think that for the most part Bowser's up smash being the way it is and already being good for bait and punish game because of the invulnerability on his shell that's basically next to impossible to challenge from above for some characters, I think having this be saved for the down smash and being the thing that can catch people thinking they can move in on Bowser after he's used his claw slash is a good idea, and it'd probably be more suitable for the character than for up smash. I want Bowser's Nair to be his Nair from Melee and Brawl again. The hitbox is now big enough to cover Bowser's whole shell. Hits harder and now comes out frame 8, but it's slow and laggy while landing unless you ledge cancel. If usable moving back, it's safe on shield against most characters. I agree, I've never liked Bowser's Smash 4 neutral air. Bowser's neutral air in Smash 4 always just felt like a design compromise by the development team, knowing that in making Bowser smaller, they ruin the size of his shell, and as a result, the attack wouldn't work as well on new Bowsers it would for old Bowsers. They're just like, have him just fucking spin. So yeah, I think returning him to Melee and Brawl Nair is probably a lot better. Maybe you could even give him some form of armor on it to make it easier to land with. Fair is now Bowser's Bomber Dunk from Mario Hoops 3-on-3. It's like the current Fair, but with 4 frames more startup and 4 frames less end leg. And it can spike now and has an increased hit leg multiplier to make it more fun to hit. This is a little bit hard for me to say whether I like it or not, because I genuinely think that Bowser's Fair is probably one of his best design moves, because it literally it does everything for him. It has great range, it has great damage, it's a kill option, it's a spacing option, it can be a landing option if you don't fast fall it. It's a combo option at some percents. Like, this move is everything in the kitchen sink, and I don't know how I feel about making it a dunk. Especially since Bowser already has one. I don't know if I can say whether or not I like this idea. Maybe if you want to just add a fire effect to his Claw Slash, I wouldn't mind that, but like, I think that Bowser's Fair should probably stay the way it is. If only because of the fact that it's such a good move and does so much for Bowser's playstyle. Does he have a non-suicidal dunk? I mean, Flying Slam isn't suicidal if you know how to aim it. Back air now has Bowser do a monster lariat backwards for edge guards and kills. It's slower and not as active as the current back air, but stronger and safer on block. Again, I kind of like the drop kick. I think that the dropkick is better designed for Bowser's stature than this. I'll definitely say this, it's better than his Melee and Brawl back air, which was just like nothing. But I am not an inherent fan of him having a back air lariat. I think if you wanted to put lariat on something, you could put it on the dash attack, again to reference Hugo. But the flying dropkick is one of the most satisfying aerials in the entire game. And it's a great cross-up move for Bowser to have. Especially since he's so used to getting crossed up himself. And it's a great way to just stuff people that try to get behind him. Up air has a bigger hitbox and less landing leg, and now comes out in frame 16. And it deals much more damage and has much weaker knockback. Up air sends straight up now as well. This turns up air into a great kill confirm that can set up into an up tilt or up smash. Bowser's back air is a really good parallel to Mario 2. That's true. I mean, this is fine. I don't really think there's an inherent problem with Bowser's up air as it is. I think that for the most part, it does its job fairly well. But I wouldn't mind this. This is perfectly suitable. This is perfectly fine, suitable for the character. Down air is now a double foot stomp like K. Rool's visually, but Bowser has much more end leg, but greater damage and a bigger hitbox. We should call this the villain stomp because I think every villain should have it, except Ridley, because what the fuck is your... What is your down air, sir? But yeah, I think I really do like the idea of Bowser having the double leg down air like Ganondorf and like K. Rool and like several other characters. I know it's like par for the course in a lot of cases because so many characters have it, but there's a reason so many characters have it, because it's a legitimately good move for a lot of characters to have. And I definitely like it more than the shell drop that he's had all these years. Bowser now... Grab now has Bowser hold you off the ground and punches you for his pummel, dealing the most damage off any pummel, but also being the slowest. That's perfectly fine. Forward throw sends you more upwards now. Back now has Bowser swing the opponent around with one hand a couple of times to throw them to outdo Mario. That's something I'm surprised isn't in the game already. It actually technically is, except it's on Wario instead of Mario. Sorry, instead of Bowser, but yeah, I wouldn't mind Bowser doing it too. No, Sephiroth doesn't need it. He already has the iconic barbecue. Pummels from the Mario movie. I haven't seen the Mario movie yet. I know. It's surprising, but like I've had like no opportunity to go to the theaters. I hope to go see Sonic 3 when it comes out though. Down throw now has Bowser jump up and throw the opponent down to make them bounce back up. And the move has enough hang time so Bowser can use any of his aerials or specials out of down throw. Well, that's good. It's time for the specials. Neutral B is Fireball and Flamethrower. Neutral B is now two different moves depending on if you tap or hold the B button. Tap B does shoot a fireball from Bowser's mouth. It's super slow, has a lot of startup, and only deals 10% and can't launch opponents away. So it can't zone. I mean, that arguably still can zone. Zoning isn't always about just dealing damage from afar. Usually just being able to disrupt people from afar is enough for most zoners to encourage people to not play them at that range and get closer to them. Has a lot of hits done, each through weaker properties up to a medium-sized charge shot, and Bowser can even go through his own fireballs. I think the best way that this should be implemented is Bowser uses a fireball, but it's a fireball that's roughly as fast as Bowser runs, so he can use it to approach. It's on Netflix now. It might not be on Canadian Netflix yet. Hold B, however, and Bowser uses his current Neutral B. This new tap version of Neutral B gives Bowser a projectile that not only covers him, can also be used in the extension of his combo game via running through and throwing opponents into it for follow-ups and combos. Well, there you go. I want the Koopa Claw to return for side special. Yes, now we're talking. However, this time I want the Koopa Claw to have 3 unique throws that are all great at killing, but can also be cancelled out of trying and get more damage out more than a grab. In exchange, though, Koopa Claw has 12 frames of startup now. I swear to God I referenced that when I did the Duke of Dork's critique last year. If that's a direct reference to it, I applaud you, Harry. How about him dropping opponents in order to potentially fake them out and get more damage out of it? In exchange, though, Koopa Claw has 12 frames to start up now. Fourth throw has about... Oh, yeah, it is. Good. I'm glad that somebody remembers that shit show of a review series I did. Forward throw has Bowser toss the opponent up a bit and then punch them away, kill off the side. But you can cancel out of the throw into a jump or any of Bowser's normals or aerials before Bowser punches the opponent away, allowing you to set up into other moves or condition opponents into attacking and then punish them. Back throw has Bowser toss you behind him and then headbutt you upwards to kill off the top. But you can cancel back throw into any of your normals or dodges after the toss and before the snap at the cost of greater end leg. And up throw is simply the flying slam. Good choice. Down throw has Bowser perform a backbreaker to chunk on damage and toss the opponent down, and forward to force them into a laydown. And using this in midair has Bowser fall down and break the opponent when he hits the ground. This reimagined command grab gives Bowser so many more options to extend his grab and combo game, be it giving him 3 kill throws, and the ability to cancel out 2 of them to potentially get more damage and start a combo, while inherently having the risk of going for the grab because of a greater startup of 12 instead of 6, which is good. Oh fuck. We just hit the 40-minute mark. Well, while I might not be able to finish reviewing the whole thing, I'll definitely say that what I see here, for the most part, is inherent. All of it is, for the most part, very good. While I think that some of it really doesn't need to change, like I think a lot of Bowser's aerials are, for the most part, fine. I think his neutral air could change. I think his down air should probably be something more effective. But, like, a lot of the other changes I saw, and especially the changes for Fireball and bringing back Koopa Claw, I think for the most part those are very good changes. I will finish reviewing this later, so I'm gonna request edit access. Please. Just so you know, I can review the rest of it later. But yeah, I think that from what I've reviewed so far, this is very good, and I look forward to seeing the rest of it later. I honestly do wish I could continue looking at it, but I did put in this 40-minute timer just so we don't have any more instances like the previous weeks where, you know, one moveset takes up the entire show and people are left feeling a little jibbed. Alright. But yes, very good work, Harry. I do greatly appreciate the time and effort that it takes for you to make those models and move them around. It genuinely does feel like a labor of love. And then I'm going to do one more and then take a quick break. Okay. You're very welcome. Alright, who is next? Our next moveset is Chai from Hi-Fi Rush. Just go find it. Here we are. Okay, starting the timer in 3, 2, 1. The wannabe rock star of Hi-Fi Rush, Chai, joins the battle. Originally a volunteer for Vandalay Technologies Project Armstrong, hoping to achieve his dream with a new robotic arm, a little accident caused his legally distinct iPod to get fused into his chest, and due to his less than impressive resume, his arm upgrade was made for magnetic waste management. And to make matters worse, that chest thing gets him labeled as defective, and now the entire company wants him taken out. But on the bright side, the robot arm comes with a magnetic trash grabber that he can use to form a guitar-shaped bludgeon out of scrap. You could even call it a litar. I don't have a suitable soundboard. I was gonna spam something. This'll do. Note that my way of doing it was before I encountered your style. It's perfectly fine. Not only that, the music player in his chest powering the arm allows him to see the rhythm of the world and sync up with that beat. Those musical robot powers only got more potent after synchronizing with a robotic cat named 808. Now with... You know, it would have been better if it was 8W8, but now with that lengthy intro track out of the way, let's see what Chai can bring to the stage in the world of Super Smash Bros. For his stats, I wouldn't say he's lightweight, but he doesn't get sent flying rather easily. He has 2 jumps and no additional movement options. Perfectly standard. Might have to mute because I do want to make a Chai moveset at some point and I don't want to rip off people's ideas. From what I've seen of Hi-Fi Rush, as it is a essentially beat-em-up game in a sense, I feel like a lot of the basic ideas would probably be fairly similar considering just the way that the game works. Jab attack, humbucker, first 3 hits of his light attack combo. Forward tilt, grand slam, 3 hits of his heavy attack combo. A 3-hit forward tilt is interesting. It's not something, you know, unseen. We do have Bayonetta. Up tilt windmill, spins his robotic arm in a circle to really jam on his guitar. Able to be used in quick succession. Rockstar slide skid on his knees forward. Dash attack, same dash slide attack as the source game. Forward smash, quick beat hit, same as source game, and overhead slam to the ground like the finisher of the humbucker combo. Air launch, the dash attack, dash heavy attack from the source game, but can also reference the very end of the tremolo combo after the guitar throw, depending on whether you can follow the opponent into the air on contact like Dante in PSA PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Down smash, breakdown, throws his guitar around him like a boomerang. hits link into each other like Ganondorf's or Cloud's, and causes multiple quick hits like Pikachu's or Pichu's. This move is a real commitment, so don't throw it out haphazardly. Maybe I should have described a few things better for the standard moves. I feel like less than describing it, maybe showing it would have been better. Like I said with the first moveset, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and pictures do so much for moveset design. Because regardless of how good you are at describing something, chances are high that even if you describe something perfectly, the way people interpret the way you describe something might be different between people. As somebody who's not had the chance to play Hi-Fi Rush yet, but wants to, I think that a character that has something like a 3-hit combo is perfectly fine. I don't know how I feel about having a heavy attack combo on a 4-tilt. I personally think that kind of devalues the impact of a heavy attack combo when it's a light heavy game. Usually if I want, like I did with Raiden, if I want to design a character that's light and heavy, I'd have, all the normals be the light attacks. But I'd also have like standard special stand-in for the heavy attacks so that you can quickly swap between them in order to make combos out of them, like you would in the actual games. It's just something to consider. Aerial attacks, neutral air countdown, 3 hits in the light aerial combo keeps you and the foe in the air, like Bayo and Sora. No spike at the last hit, like in the Source game. I'm not a monster. Forward air arpeggio stab, if you wrap your jab straight ahead of him, like me Sword Fighter. Back air is a back swing spin slash all around him, based on the segment from the compressor slam combo. Sour spot directly in front of him. Up air is slick kicks, the spin kick pose after he jumps out of the manhole at the beginning of track 2. Comes out quickly, or the finishing blow from air countdown, probably not including the spike part of it. And down air's hammer on a stall and fall that drags the opponent down with you. I don't inherently know if you need to have a move that references something as simple as the beginning of a level. That feels more like a reference for the sake of it being a reference, and that probably could have been something more interesting. I think maybe just a simple like guitar swing overhead probably would have been more than enough. And since pretty much all the other moves relate to the guitar, I think having one where it just randomly kicks kind of just feels weird and out of place. The grab Magnet Arm, shoots out an orange beam from his robot hand to latch onto the opponent and pulls himself towards them. To grab, if the opponent is in the air when hit by the tether, works like Byleth's up special, but without the spike at higher percents. Tai can perform an aerial afterwards, but you better hope you can make it back to the stage. Don't fish too deep. I don't think that should be the case. I think it should just work like every other Z air in the game where it just hurts them. I don't think that a character should inherently have a regular grab that can pull people in, or have them pull 2 people like a regular grab. I don't think I inherently agree with that. Just have it work like your regular Zair. It becomes a damage option and it becomes a tether recovery. Like, that's just a bit too much. Like, there's a reason why that's a special move for Byleth and not just their grab. Pommel 808 rams into the opponent in her ball form. Rhythm parry attack based on the rhythm parry finishers. Chibe jumps back and dashes through the opponent to take him out with a single strike. Kill throw. Back throw steel counter. Chibe jabs the opponent with his guitar, then vaults them over his head to slam them into the ground as he turns around. Damage throw. Chibe does a quick double spin attack, then knocks the opponent upward and possibly going up with them with a third hit. This is the combo throw. And for the down throw, Echo Splash, Chai jabs the guitar into the opponent's legs for quickly hopping up and gathering more junk to slam onto the opponent. This can help him avoid low attacks and can possibly combo into a manner similar to Kirby's forward throw by landing an aerial quickly afterwards. Or Chai performs an upwards jumping slash before tossing the guitar down onto the opponent and landing full force on it to create a small crater slash shockwave. This can help him avoid low attacks and can hit on any other close by opponents with the final part similar to "We can't have you playing. What are you doing? Stop, 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 stop. I don't need Metallica claiming my stream. Please. Thank you." Jesus Christ. This can help him avoid low attacks and can hit any other close by opponents with a final part similar to Ryu's up throw. So how exactly does this work? How is down throw two different moves at once? Because if I were you, I'd personally just pick the one that's more useful and just stick with that instead of having two different options. I think between the two of them, Stomp Box is probably the better one. Oh, Past Me was having trouble deciding which to go with. Okay, so in my opinion, I think this one's probably a better choice. Simpler, more straightforward. Throws are usually extremely simple animations that are made up of one or two different things that happen. Like, we're not talking like... Throws in Smash should not be something as big and elaborate as throws in like Mortal Kombat, where they're literally like cutscenes, especially in the more modern Mortal Kombat games, because they take for fucking ever. Yeah, I think I would go with something like this because this is just easier. The special moves tie directly into the mechanic. Now, I know it would be really cool to have all Chai's moves go to the rhythm of the OST, but I'm not going to do that for a couple of reasons. You don't really need to explain why that's a bad idea, simply because of the fact that you can't jam to environmental noises. His mechanic is tag in. For most of Chai's specials, he calls in partners to assist. When they are used, they go on cooldown, indicated by a colored square next to his character portrait. 808 will pulse to the color of the partner when they're ready to be deployed again. If done in the air, they only have one function. With that out of the way, with no more interruptions aside from a spoiler warning, Um, Neutral special Peppermint. Tap for Pegasus. She hops onto the stage to pepper the opponent with a rapid, non-flinching shots from her laser pistols. After 2 quick sets of pistols, she hops back out and goes on cooldown. The quick shots can whittle out shields easily, so best to just tank the damage or dodge instead of having your shield broken. Hold for Cannon Spike. She comes down with her laser launcher for a charge shot. She doesn't move when charging and must commit to a full charge, but this shot can obliterate shields or paralyze opponents. And in the air, it's Kick Shot. She footstools off of Chai, sending him downward, and fires a quick laser barrage at a diagonal downward angle. Doesn't stun, but it's good for making recovering foes panic. So this is a mechanic that's fairly similar to the same one I covered for Hickory. I was trying to remember what her name was. But I think that this one is a much better way. This is handled much better simply because of the fact that it's one character per button. I don't know how I feel about it, each one having 3 different variations. Usually only 1 or 2 is really needed if you had like a tap and a hold and it worked the same in the air as it does on the ground, but maybe with slightly different mechanics in between. Like, that's perfectly fine, but I think that having one that's just only for aerials is a little bit much. It really isn't that necessary, honestly. Side special, Corsica. Tap for tag assist. When she lands on the stage and spins her staff to unleash a non-damaging wind box, she only aims it straight ahead. Hold, she charges wind energy before unleashing a large tornado forward for rapid hits similar to the Ore Club or Mii Sword Fighter's Gale Strike, probably used for holding in place for trying to get close. And for the air, it's Tornado Lift. She warps to you and unleashes a quick whirlwind to push you upwards. Functionally identical to Mega Man's old Tornado Hold from Smash 4, though perhaps not as effective, especially since Chai gets put into a free fall afterwards, letting fly on his face upon hitting the ground. Here's my problem. This is not a bad idea. It's not a side special. I personally believe that most side specials are that the side special as a button is not something that should be inherently used for charge moves. Or, you know, why is the side special the one that pushes you upwards? Wouldn't it make more sense for the out special to push you upwards? Again, when it comes to the way that special moves are usually designed, the neutral special is the one that can be omnidirectional, is usually an integral part of the character's moveset. Side special is something that's used to either briefly cover in front of the character or push the character forward. Up special is almost always a recovery special that's used to get higher into the air. And down specials are usually designed to be utility options that give characters different ways of handling combat. You know, that's where counters usually are. That's where reflectors almost always are, except for Mario, which I personally think they should just put cape on down special, but that's just me. I think that having a side special that throws you up, that does this, it's a little bit odd. Simply put. I think if you wanted to just have it so that, I think that these two are fine. I think, again, if you just wanted to, I think these attacks should just be like one tap, one hold. Because I think that having a projectile that does that, and having projectiles that do travel, you know, only forwards, makes complete total sense for side special, because, again, that's what side special moves usually are designed to be in Smash. Power-up punch. Chai takes a step forward before putting his guitar on his back and using that momentum to make a jumping uppercut with his robotic arm. Goes straight up except for that quick step beforehand. The straightforward recovery probably travels a decent distance. It only travels vertically for the most part, which makes it probably easy to edge guard. Seems perfectly fine to me. And then down special is Macaroon. Tap for tag assist. He lands on the stage for a strong punch, can clang with other attacks to cancel them out. Hold for the love tap. He lands on the stage for a combination of punches. First hit links into the next and can power through attacks with super armor and high priority. And air high strung. This massive downward swing causes a guaranteed meteor smash. Excuse me. I think that literally this would work just fine in the air, and that this is probably not needed. A big, strong descending punch, probably something like Nova's spike from Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, where he drags you down with him. Yeah, I don't think you inherently need to do something extra with this. You could just have this be the aerial version, have it spike. And then Final Smash is Coda Combo. After initiating hit, a cutscene plays where Chai points forward as all of his friends and teammates jump in on to deliver an intense and rhythmic smackdown on any opponent that gets caught in it. Like Peach Blossom, the music gets replaced so you really feel the beat during the beatdown. Right at the end, Chai rushes forward with a spinning smack to finish the move off and transition back to gameplay. This is based on the end of the battle with Kale, and Chai rushing at the end is based on the final blow on Rekka. Again, seems like a fairly standard Final Smash. A Final Smash having a good or bad design really doesn't affect most of the moveset, and again, is very detached from the rest of it. But I think for the most part, that this moveset seems fine. I think that these could probably be revised in some way, shape, or form. I don't think you need aerial versions for every move. I think that you should have some images to show how some of these moves work for people that may or may not have played the game. And I think, yeah, I think for the most part, a character like this is inherently not difficult to make work in a game like this. Dang it, it's called High Pitch Punch, gotta fix that too. Oh, probably the recovery. I think that the most that's really needed is just images to show what these moves look like. And then after that, I think you're probably golden. The only other thing I would think of is maybe replace the forward tilt with something else. And maybe make the Grand Slam combo neutral special. Just to, you know, again, have that action game feel of the heavy and the light and heavy attacks working in tandem with one another, because I always felt that that forward tilt having the heavy attacks just felt cheap and not very well designed. I felt the exact same way when Brawlfan did Raiden, and he basically just shoved his heavy attack combo onto forward tilt. I thought that just like felt like bad and didn't really work for the character. That leaves Tods and colors and stuff up to you if you want to do those. I don't really cover those because they're mostly inconsequential and don't really add very much to the moveset itself. I mostly just stick with the actual moveset. And I think that, again, the most you need is just images for some of these, because it is kind of difficult for me to realize what some of these moves are. Heavy attack combo does not really need to be on forward tilt. Feels like it cheapens the combo. I think for the most part the throws are fine. The tag-in system is fine. Again, I don't think you need 3 variations of each move. And yeah, I think for the most part, I'd like to see this revamped in some way, shape, or form, and maybe resubmitted somewhere down the line, because I think there are good ideas here. And if I recall correctly, the new rules include reading movesets that weren't selected off stream, right? I just wanted to double check since I was going to ask you something else in private based on all that. Well, moves that are reviewed off stream are only movesets that I don't cover here. That's basically the way it works. But yeah, okay. That's, I think 3 down? 3 or... It's 3 or 4, I haven't really been keeping track, but when I come back, we're going to look at... I'm just going to roll the wheel now. We're going to look at Dante. Dante is good. He shoot the gun. DMC2 is best. I'm just going to open this. It's time to play DMC2, it's the best game! Before I do that, I'm just gonna quickly get up, refill my water, and walk around for a little bit, and be back in like 10 minutes. Dante!
The two is best. Please. Blood DMC2 is the best. Dante is good and best in game. Play game, please.
Someone just said Bayonetta 2 is bad, though.
Hi, I'm back. What the fuck am I hearing? Oh, that's, Play DMC2 is best! Dante is good? He shoot the gun? I don't actually know nothing about Dante or DMC. Okay, here's all you need to know. He's funny Wahoo Pizza Man who has big weapons and doesn't really give a rat's ass about anything happening around him. Or at least, you know, a devil may care attitude, if you will. Most of what I know of Dante is MVC3. Well, Dante in MVC3 is just DMC3 Dante. Like, down to, like, almost identical in a lot of ways. Yeah, all you need to know about Dante is that he's cool, he yells wahoo, and he likes pizza. Pretty much nothing else needs to be said. Okay, let me get everything back on screen. I was given honorable mention. There is sadly no DMC Devil May Cry alt for Dante. Why are you sad about that? That's a good thing. I don't want that. I don't think anybody wants that. In the words of Dante himself, not in a million years. Fucking hate that game so much. Okay, starting the timer in 3, 2, 1. Okay, if you saw in my first moveset for Nemesis T-Type, at the end I allowed Joel to vote between Frank West for Dead Rising and Dante from Devil May Cry. And our next moveset is Legendary Devil Hunter Dante. Devil May Cry is a series I haven't touched once, but I have done enough research to think I can make a really good moveset for Dante. If you've played Dante in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, you probably have a good idea of what to expect for Dante. Who doesn't love Dante? A lot of people, for some reason, have a love-hate relationship with Dante and they don't know why. They're probably Bayonetta fans. Dante is a below-average heavyweight character with his size matching that of Captain Falcon. In terms of playstyle, he is a pretty crazy fighter, just like how he is in his base games, while a bit more than on the slow side, having a decent chunk of running speed, a chunk of his attacks, hold more weight to them, giving them fairly noticeable, although still manageable startup on a lot of them. I mean, that's fine. Bayonetta is the exact same way. Don't be mistaken, Dante is a full-on combo character with a ton of his moves being able to link to each other despite a low of them, having a good chunk of startup, thanks to those same moves, having very little end lag, not to mention having a ton of approaching and movement options to fully utilize his combo potential to its fullest. Dante also has a load of extra options that regular fighters lack, having a load of tricks and moves to catch opponents off guard and deal with most situations. In terms of mobility options, Dante has 2 jumps, using air hike for his second jump, along with the ability to do wall kick for his wall jump. Makes sense. Before we move on to his moveset, Dante brings a lot to the table. He has 3 different mechanics. No substitutions, exchanges, or refunds. Dante is bringing 3 character mechanics to the table. Character mechanic 1, release. Dante has a very unique shield, specifically his parry. Dante is in his Royal Guard stance during his shield, same with his parry. By pressing attack while parrying, Dante will release the Royal Guard with a strike. There is a small window to this, about 5 frames as soon as the parry is active. The more you parry, the more power for the guard is gained. Doing so up to 3 bars. The first parry deals good damage, the second adds stun, and the third will perform a focus attack-like effect, allowing him to strike with some of Dante's more devastating moves. Right off the bat, I don't know how I feel about Royal Guard being baked into his basic parry. I'm an advocate for the parry system of Smash being completely revamped because I generally feel that it's not very good, and that it's objectively like the weakest parry system in any fighting game ever. At least Ultimate. I think the parry system of Melee is like leagues and bounds better than it currently is in Smash. But I don't know how I feel about a character getting a parry that can harm people after parrying for a set amount of time. It would be cool as a shield special. A shield special, I think, would probably be better suited for this, if not just, a down special. It feels like a special move. Melee has a parry. Well, Melee has a perfect shield, but the perfect shield also reflects projectiles. Character mechanic 2. Dante will have a meter near his UI at all times with 10 bars. One that fills up over time if you successfully perform moves and combos, get KOs, parry attacks, or dodge attacks at the right time. If you build up to 3 bars, Dante can become your worst nightmare. Upon filling 3 bars of Devil Trigger, Dante can use Devil Trigger. When Dante does any action to fill this meter, his style begins to rise. Like Devil May Cry itself, performing stylish combos will give him higher ranks, going from D all the way to SSS. As the rank increases, Devil Trigger fills up faster. Haunting also increases style, but spamming the same moves will not increase the style. Like Devil May Cry as well, getting damage will also decrease style, but not to the same level of punishment. Rather, it depends on how powerful the attack you got hit by is. Getting KO will also get rid of all the built-up style, and will have all the DT collected in the gauge. The effects of DT will be explained later when I get to Dante's down special, but here's the style ratings. Daring, crazy, berserk, astounding, smashing, smoke and smasher, super smash and style. What I just preferred if it was, the way it is in DMC5, dismal, crazy, stuff like that. I didn't know Ultimate brought that back from Melee. Technically, Smash has always had a perfect shield system, except in previous games for Ultimate, it was you tap the shield button in time with an attack instead of releasing it. Which I inherently hate that, but I'll talk more about that later because we're on the clock here. And character mechanic 3, Wade he can fly. Dante can float while in Devil Trigger. I mean, I don't really think you need to add a second, like another mechanic. I mean, that's just still an extension of Devil Trigger. I also don't think that Devil Trigger should fill up faster from filling combos in Devil Trigger, because Devil Trigger in the games usually doesn't fill up very much after you've already activated it. The key with Devil Trigger in Devil May Cry is you usually just activate it, then deactivate it when you don't need it anymore. And you can constantly swap between having it active and having it not active. It's much better on a character like Virgil, because Virgil's Devil Trigger is literally just a puppet that gives him more damage. Because, of course, Virgil has to fucking one-up Dante every opportunity he gets when he's a playable character. But I think for the most part, you don't really need it to increase. I think that you could have the combo system, you deal more damage, and the higher your combo, the more rank you'll fill. I think that's fine. But I think you should encourage your players to swap in and out of Devil Trigger, because that's literally what it's used for in Devil May Cry. Because when you activate Devil Trigger in Devil May Cry, sometimes you get access to unique abilities that you can't use before, and that's even the case in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, where it's an install that you can use for level 1 super, and it gives you like a beam attack and a bunch of other like combo fillers and stuff like that. I don't inherently think you need to have it so that the Devil Trigger is what gets your gauge faster. Devil Trigger should be the reward, not the incentive. Well, okay, it's the reward, which is by extension the incentive, but not the incentive to get the combos, like to, fill up the gauge. You should be able to fill up the gauge regardless of Devil Trigger being active or not. A beam attack. You mean Purple Drake? Yes. I don't remember if he gets that in DMC5, because, not gonna lie, Devil Trigger on Dante in DMC5 is like very okay and not super great outside of Sin Devil Trigger. But yeah, I think that just having that all just lead up to the payoff of Devil Trigger is more than enough. It's Dante. Look at Smash Bros. Already. There are already mechanics in the game, which drive some people insane. They're not too broken. Can't give him too many cheater mechanics. I mean, why'd you want to cheat in a really good game? Sounds just like crap. It makes you look lame. Excuse me. I wouldn't exactly call it a cheater mechanic. It's an install. There aren't really any good install mechanics in Smash as of right now. The only real one we have is like Arsene. And Arsene, in my opinion, isn't exactly designed the greatest. Let's talk about weapons. Dante will be using a variety of weapons in his moveset, most notably Rebellion, Ebony and Ivory, Agni and Rudra, Cerberus, Coyote A, Balrog, Clean and Cavalier. Okay, so basically everything from DMC 3 except for Cavalier, which is from DMC 5. Dante has technically 2 jabs. He'll do Rebellion combo A by default, which is normal. That's also his 3-hit combo in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. If you tap the button normally, by waiting a bit after the first hit, you get the second combo. I think that images probably would have helped here because, again, a picture is worth 1,000 words and is much better at describing things than simply just text. While slower, those are the stronger of the two, and even has a rapid jab in the form of million stabs. Dante will stab his sword at rapid speed, dealing continuous damage, ending with a direct thrust for the finishing blow. This can go for as long as the button is held. If you want to press special during million stabs, Dante performs Drive, where he swings his sword across the ground to fire a red projectile across the ground. This projectile keeps going until it hits a ledge. You know, I tend to forget that Dante has Drive because it's like universally one of his worst abilities in every game it's in. Even in Marvel 3, it's a very, very niche off-the-ground projectile option. I couldn't get any good reference images. I could have sworn that there are like wikis out there that have like GIFs of the combos being done. But I don't know. Side tilt, Dante uses thrust kick and slams a sideways kick forward. While not as powerful as some of his weapon strikes, it's a quick and surprisingly long-range option to get opponents off and combo into some of his moves using this tool set. I'm surprised you went with Cerberus instead of what was the name of his fucking boots in DMC5? Oh wait, you did. You used Balrog, but you also have Cerberus? Wait, no, Cerberus is the fucking staff. The fuck am I thinking of is the fucking boots. I always call them Balrog because that's the one he has in DMC5, and I think they're better than the ones he has in DMC3. Up tilt his high time? Oh, that's interesting. I figured that would be his recovery special. Swings his sword upward, knocking foes into the air. When held down, Dante rises with a slash, allowing him to follow up, although being slightly more open due to the longer lasting move. Dante uses normal shot and fires towards the ground using Ebony and Ivory. Easily Dante's fastest move, being able to be spammed at a high speed, although not doing much damage. It can also having easily one of the shortest ranges of Dante's moves. This is based on his crouching light from Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I think that if you wanted to give him a better crouching move, I think maybe his crouching medium probably would have been a better option. I think that if you really want to incorporate Ebony and Ivory into the moveset in a regular fashion, maybe have it so that it's like Marvel 3 where if you mash the button and you're holding a certain direction, you shoot Ebony and Ivory in that certain direction, because that is like a huge part of his combo game in Marvel 3 is juggling people with his guns. Forward smash. Dante uses Dance Macabre, where he raises up Rebellion, which steadily gets powered up by demonic energy as it's charged. Dante slams with opponent upward slash, followed with an upward slash, and ending with Dante slamming it forward like a bat. This is Dante's best kill move, but it's fairly slow and definitely leaves you open for punishes. This will decimate shield as well, and likely can just shield poke. The move has super armor before the first slash lands, although it isn't strong enough to ignore most powerful attacks like from Bowser's goofy ass. I do not think that Dance Macabre is a good forward smash option. I think that Dance Macabre is probably a little bit too long in the tooth and too elaborate for a forward smash. I definitely feel there's something better you could put here. I'm not entirely sure what you would put here, but I definitely think that this is probably not suited for this. And I know that Brawlfan also used that for his forward smash, and it was still bad there as well. Dante uses Real Impact, where it reels back to rams the opponent with a powerful upcut. The regular upcut will turn to a rising uppercut hitting twice. Has a bit of startup, and if missed, it's fairly punishable, but nearly not as much as the forward smash thanks to its closer range. Pressing the attack button again, even if the uppercut misses, will initiate the rising uppercut anyways, extending its reach at the cost of overall more vulnerability. This action will also decimate shields. I don't think you need the decimate shields part. I think that it having the ability to have such a huge vertical range is more than enough. And I like the idea that you can potentially feint people by having Dante perform the move anyway, even if he misses. So if his opponent tries to think they can jump over it, they get caught anyways. That's a nice touch. I recall Brawlfan making Dance Macabre Dante's final smash. Okay, even worse. But yeah, I think that I do like this idea a lot. I'm pretty sure I used something similar to this myself for when I made my original Dante moveset back in 2019. But I think that the addition of the uppercut, regardless if it misses, is probably a very nice addition to the move that I know I did not have. Down smash is cross swords, pulling out Agni and Rudra, crossing them before slamming them to his sides, creating an X made of fire and wind energy. This is his fastest smash attack in general, with Agni dealing more damage and Rudra dealing more knockback. It isn't as potent as his other smash attacks as a result. I personally left out Agni and Rudra because I felt that they were a little bit much, and I thought that the mechanics of Cerberus, the Gauntlets, and Rebellion were more than enough to make a moveset out of. But I think that there's definitely... I'm trying to think of a move, because I know that there's one you could put here that makes more sense for Dante. I'll think of it afterwards. But anyways, dash attack uses Stinger, ramming his sword in a dashing motion, dealing a reasonable amount of damage, knockback with a good level of range, acting as a potent burst option. Makes sense. This is pretty much what everybody gives Dante as a dash attack, and probably makes the most sense. However, the move can be ducked under by smaller attacks, and isn't too effective at catching opponents who have fallen to the ground, unless they are large like Bowser. If you mash the attack button while initiating this, you can cancel this into million stabs. Which makes sense, because that also works in game. Neutral air, Dante uses swing, swiftly swinging Cerberus around him. Holding the attack button will instead initiate Revolver, which turns the move into a multi-hit after using swing. Forward air uses air raid, or aerial rave. Each press of the attack button will do up to 4 sword slashes with his sword, versus a downward swing slash the right. Momentarily suspends air movement, allowing for the hits to connect easier. One of his most useful combo tools. I'm surprised this isn't on neutral air, honestly. Back air, backslide, quickly drawing Coyote A and fires them up behind him. Most powerful point blank, dealing the most knockback out of all of his aerials. Acting as a combo finisher. This comes out shockingly fast, although it has a bit of end lag, fitting his combo finishing role. Up air uses rolling blades with Balrog equipped. Dante performs a swift backwards flip kick. Pretty standard juggle tool, acting as another very useful combo tool. Although juggling with it with this move won't increase style by itself. Makes sense. You know, using it multiple times in a row would probably cause the style meter to decrease. Down air uses Helm Splitter, very standard. Pretty much what everybody uses for down air on Dante. Slams down Rebellion, sending him rocketing downwards. Not the safest move to use off stage, although the move ends before it will guarantee to kill you, allowing the potential to recover from it. I mean, why use it off stage when the blade's length can probably go past the ledge and have you still land on the stage and spike while being safe? It will meteor smash at the start of the slam, regardless of where it hits on the blade, which can extend Dante's combos. It's pretty standard. A lot of these feel pretty fitting for what I would expect Dante to do. Grab. Dante uses Clean And's bayonet, grabbing an opponent with a tether. This can grab the ledge or in the air. Dante will have Balrog equipped when the opponent is grabbed. I don't inherently know how I feel about Dante having a tether or a Zair. He probably is a character that doesn't inherently need it. Forward throw slams the opponent to the ground before firing Clean and into them to close range. Kind of based on one of Nero's Devil Breakers. Dante throws the opponent behind him with a suplex before knocking them away with a drop kick. Also based on one of Nero's Devil Breakers. Up throw, Dante uses Minimum Dragon / Beast Uppercut, where he slams an uppercut into the opponent with Balrog equipped. Combo throw. And Dante uses Free Ride, knocking the opponent to the ground before staying on top of them, surfing them forward, or kicking them away shortly after, or upon reaching a ledge. I feel this is better suited for forward throw. This doesn't have much kill power, but is useful for repositioning you and your caught opponent. This will also knock other foes in the way up into the air. This doesn't feel like a down throw. This feels like a forward throw. There's a lot to these. Neutral special, Ebony and Ivory, Twosome Time, Rainstorm, Charge Shot. On tapping the special button, Dante fires from his pistols, Ebony and Ivory. Mashing will have Dante fire continuous rounds on the pistols. While they deal damage at a long distance, only when the opponent is close do they cause flinching. Makes sense. Dante can move while firing with the button being fired, double tap face another way, and even jump out of the guns, although the move already has a very short end leg. If down this press while tapping on the ground, Dante will initiate Twosome Time. He fires the guns on both sides, which, while dealing less continuous damage, makes him able to cover both in front and behind him at the same time, and still flinch opponents who are close. I don't inherently think he really needs that. I think that if you're able to get behind Dante when he's shooting you, I think that that's pretty much the best way to punish him. And giving him an option to counter that is pretty counterintuitive in and of itself. I think he should be able to move back and forth while shooting, but if somebody gets behind him, they should be allowed to punish him. Pressing down will make him go back to his normal stance when the move is initiated in the air. Dante will normally jump and aim at downwards angle, and when down is pressed, Dante will use Rainstorm, spinning while rapidly shooting at the sides before aiming down. If Dante uses his dash attack and matches the special button, he'll use Fireworks, where he pulls out Coyote A, swinging around wildly as his shots are fired out of it. Not inherently what Fireworks is used for, either in Devil May Cry or even in Marvel. Like, Fireworks in Marvel is mostly just like combo filler. And you don't move while using it. When the special is held, Dante will begin to use Charge Shot, covering his arms in demonic energy as the guns are charged. He can even use it while using moves in his arsenal like Zero's Buster in the Marvel vs. Capcom games. Once released, as long as other moves aren't in the process of being used, Dante will fire a powerful shot in the direction the control stick is facing, dealing damage and knockback in said direction. Also meteor smashing when in the air, but only when done at point blank. If directly held down and on the ground, Dante will use Twosome Time in combination with a charge shot, dealing a weaker double shot that hits around him. Again, I don't think that's necessary. This still maintains the close range, but close range is more powerful as guns have, meaning that it is most potent when done up close. Which is funny because most of the time in DMC, you don't want to use guns when your opponents are close. And that these charge shots aren't insanely powerful even then, serving as another method to start, extend, or end combos, and not as a direct finishing blow. Devil Trigger has the basic boost of dealing more damage per shot, and having a faster charge period. I mean, that's... Again, I don't inherently know how I feel about giving Ebony and Ivory a button. I feel the best way to actually incorporate them is by having them be things you can mash out with your regular attacks, because more often than not, you're never just like stopping to shoot somebody in DMC. Guns in DMC are almost always just used to juggle and for filler. Unless you're playing DMC 2, in which it's literally the only way you play the fucking game. Dante side special, full throttle, wheelie jump and red line. Dante quickly pulls out Cavalier. Before biking forward, he drives the bike forward for a bit before skating to a stop. The bike, due to the spikes on its wheels, strikes multiple times, carrying opponents with it for a ride, or slamming them away with the skid. And pressing back, Dante will initiate the skid, canceling the move early, dealing said damage and knockback. When pressing up and during the early phases of full throttle, Dante will use wheelie jump, sending both him and any caught opponents up into the air, allowing for him to follow up. This overrides tap jump, meaning that if up is pressed, he will use wheelie jump instead of simply jumping off the bike. And when pressing down while riding, Dante will leap off of his bike, sending it rocketing forward as a rogue projectile, which will disappear after about 2 seconds, dealing a single hit instead of multiple hits. You can jump off the bike by pressing the attack buttons or the jump itself, similar to Wario's bike, while sending it off as a rogue projectile that disappears after 2 seconds. When used in the air, Cavalier will use red line, which is similar to full throttle, cannot be stopped mid-air nor chained into other attacks, nor will carry opponents with it. However, Dante will still jump off the bike, sending it off as a rogue projectile, which will still disappear after 2 seconds. Useful for a recovery option, Dante will use this version if he bikes off of ledges. When used in Devil Trigger, Cavalier turns into Cavalier R, which is overall faster, travels slightly further, and deals slightly more damage. There is a slight 3-second cooldown to this, however. 3 seconds isn't slight, but I know I also used Cavalier as my side special for my original Dante moveset, And ever since then, I've come to the conclusion that it was a bad idea. While the scene with Dante and the bike is extremely cool, and probably one of the highlights of Dante as a character in DMC5, I think that if you really wanted something that suited Dante better, this is probably the spot where Agni and Rudra would have been the best choice. In my personal opinion. Because Agni and Rudra, like, one of their highlights in Marvel 3 is their big attack that, like, sends Dante flying across the screen and drags opponents to the corner. Jetstream is what I'm thinking of. It's a multi-hit burst move, but don't think you should be able to use it all the time with no punishment. I don't think this was the best representation of Dante. I kind of just mashed stuff together. I mean, it's fine. Yes, Jetstream. That's what I'm thinking of. Big, multi-hitting attack. Can drag opponents out of position. Put them potentially off stage. Could be used as a recovery option. Because, like, Jetstream into Fireworks is, like, one of the best ways to start, like, is to force your opponent into a corner and then start, like, a hyper combo. And my music stopped again. Fucking lovely. I love you so much. Why do you do this? Tracking opponents to the corner doesn't really side B do that? What, because one character can do it, another one can't? But yeah, I've come to the conclusion that Cavalier is not exactly the greatest option for Dante and kind of does disrupt a bit of his flow. I don't inherently know if Jetstream is the best option or there's something else you could put there. But whatever. I'd have to put like more thought into it and go through all the move options in order to pick and choose something, because there really is just like a fuckload of shit to choose from when it comes to designing Dante for a game like this. Up special is Air Trick. Dante swiftly teleports in the direction you have him go, moving a decent distance, and doesn't put him into free fall. And then Devil Trigger gains a bit more distance. However, if you wait, that's it. That's all it does. I'm surprised, again, that there's not a lot of emphasis on styles in this. Because while the styles are somewhat mixed in throughout the moveset, I'd argue that being able to swap between the styles is a big fucking deal in DMC, especially since DMC 3, which was the game that introduced the style system in the first place. And you know how the Switch technically has the best version of DMC 3 because it has the only version of DMC 3 where you can freeform switch between playstyles in the middle of a level and not have to pick and choose one. While I inherently think that like what Brawlfan did with each button corresponding to a style was a fucking awful idea, I think that encouraging the player to swap between the styles to get different bonuses probably would have been a better choice. Like, if there's one thing about my old Dante design that I stand by wholeheartedly and would definitely keep in future iterations, it's the style swap and the style button that gives you a different ability depending on the style you're in. Like, I don't inherently know if I agree that Trick should just be saved for up special, or Royal Guard is just the parry. Hell, I also noticed this moveset doesn't even have Prop Shredder, which is like a big thing for Sword Fighter. But yeah, that's just me. When the button is tapped, Dante initiates Royal Guard stance for a brief moment, allowing him to take a strike, like Ryu and Ken's focus attacks, without taking a knockback. If timed right before an attack hits, Dante will guard the attack without any drawbacks, adding to the earlier mentioned Royal Guard charge, and fill a bar of double trigger. Mistiming the attack will still allow Dante to attack and give a chance to escape or counter at the cost of some damage and a bar of double trigger. If there isn't a bar of DT and the move fails, the guard will break. I think the guard should just break and DT shouldn't really be affected. The inherent, like, Royal Guard is literally like the skill set that you go with. It's skill style, literally. You're so good at this game that you know how to perfectly time and block everything, and you punish. That's why Royal Guard like destroys Virgil in like 20 seconds at most in most boss fights. It's also why fighting Dante as Virgil is fucking infuriating. Like the shield, Dante can release the attack by pressing special or attack again, doing the same effects. But if the move is tapped, when it's held with 3 or more bars of double trigger present. I think there should have been a different way of calculating how much damage Royal Guard does. While in Devil Trigger, Dante gets a strength boost, dealing more damage while moving overall faster. Not only that, he is given an enhanced version of Bowser's Tough Guy. It was going to be the neutral special, but then I thought of Emmy and Ivory. People who only use Virgil hear Royal Guard in their nightmares. It really does fucking just destroy him. It really does. While in Devil Trigger, Dante gets a strength boost, dealing more damage while moving overall faster. Not only that, he is given an enhanced version of Bowser's Tough Guy, which will take less damage and knockback in this form. He slowly heals percentages and gains the ability to float. All of this lasts for 20 seconds at maximum bar if nothing else is done. No. That's my response to that. No. This is an example of wanting your cake and eating it too. And I think you need to pick and choose which aspect you want to focus on. Because I do know that Double Trigger does essentially give Dante armor, and he basically allows him to go unga bunga for the time that's allotted. And he does heal back damage that he is afflicted with. But you can't have it all at the same time. How many minutes are left? 15 seconds. So I'm getting out as much as I can now. At the time of me making this moveset... Oh. Oh, that's 40 minutes. I will 100% agree that this is very much not a good Dante moveset. I think that there are glimpses here that are very good. I think that your aerial options are great. I think that the extra touch you gave to his up smash is fantastic and is definitely something that fits Dante quite well. I definitely think that you're trying to shove too much into a single character, and there being too much to work with is inherently the reason why my original moveset for Dante didn't even have double trigger. Because it was already just so much to work with the styles and how much they offered. And if I add on an install mechanic on top of that, I felt that just would have been fucking bloated. I would probably find a way to make it work nowadays, but it would probably take some tweaking, and there'd have to be some serious changes done to his risk versus reward. But yeah, I think that there's stuff here that is good. I saw that you mentioned Cerberus, but I didn't really see any instance of Cerberus being used in the moveset. Which is the nunchaku. Honestly, I think my issue is that there was too much I had to choose from. Dante is definitely a character that can be very, very overwhelming with the amount of stuff that he has to choose from. And he's not inherently a character that I recommend newer moveset makers make a moveset for, if simply because of the fact that he offers too much, and you probably are either going to you're probably going to make something either bloated or you're going to miss something very important. This is like one of the last characters I would recommend that anybody new to moveset design or character design in general actually tries to cover, even though I know that a lot of people like him and a lot of people want him playable. It was used for the neutral air. Oh, okay. If you want my opinion, if you're going to only use a move for like one attack, I don't think they should be in the moveset, and you could probably put in something better that works better with the rest of the character. Like, I know I used Nevin for my Dante down smash in my original moveset. That wouldn't be in the moveset this time around. Because that was literally the only time I used Nevin. Ironically enough, Virgil is a much better character to make a moveset for because Virgil is extremely focused. I will wait for the ad to pass. He's like Steve Terraria from Terraria and most Tekken characters. You have so much stuff, it can be overwhelming. Tekken, I feel, is a little bit easier because when it comes to Tekken moves, and you want to cover moves that could go certain directions, most Tekken characters only have like 3 or 4 specific moves that go in like a down forward, or a back left, or a back right, or a up forward, and stuff like that. Tekken's easier in that regard. This was the first time I did a moveset for Dante, and it won't be the last. I legitimately want to see a revamp. I would. But I think maybe trying out some other stuff is probably a better choice. Did the wheel spin? No, I haven't spun the wheel. I'm not entirely sure if I want to spin the wheel again or call it because my voice is I'm starting to lose my voice. They did have to push Smash's mechanics to their limits to get Kazuya to work. But, yeah, I agree. Kind of. I think that Kazuya kind of, while I do think that the mechanic works for Kazuya and is an interesting way of implementing Tekken moves, because while there are moves in Tekken that do go in all 8 directions, I think that has basically poisoned the well a little bit for some people. Because now people are going to start making movesets that have 8 directions on everything, and they're going to be for characters where it makes no sense. And they're going to be like, yeah, but look, Kazuya did it, so it's okay if we do it too, right? No. It's not okay. Stop it. Reminds me of that Eevee moveset. Oh yeah. Jesus Christ. I did want to revamp Eevee at some point. Make Eevee more focused on the Cantonian starters and like the other ones aren't really involved. Because 3 different options is probably more than enough. Instead of shoving 8 of them down your fucking throat. I really want to do a rework for my Terrarium, but oh lord, it's going to be hard to pick what should go in. Yeah, Terraria is a game that I'm interested in from a glance and from a distance. Like, I've watched videos from, like, Uber Danger on it. I wouldn't know where the fuck to start with a moveset for the Terrarian. You know what? Since my throat is going, and I don't think I want to do another 40-minute moveset, let's just take the next 22 minutes and talk to each other. Impromptu Q&A segment. Ask me things. I'll pass the time until we hit 5 o'clock. I'll make sure the next stream of this is longer because there's a lot more to pick from in the next one. But yeah, my throat's not doing the best right now. I'll even skip the ads for you. Next Million Dude said Bison played like Sagat. Do you relate? Not really. I haven't had a chance to play Bison SF6, but his playstyle is very much nothing like Sagat at all. How would you feel if a Soul Calibur character uses the omnidirectional inputs like Kazuya? I think that'd be perfectly fine. considering the similarities between Soul Calibur and Tekken, I think that'd be one of the series I'm actually okay with it being on. And I would probably revamp Nightmare to use it if I ever did another moveset on Nightmare. Would you like Kirby Fighters 3 to have a roster that goes beyond mostly Kirby? I think that... First off, I haven't played any of the Kirby Fighters. I think it'd be cool if they included like all the playable characters from Star Allies. Like, I think every single one of them could probably be playable in at least some fashion. And hell, throw in some newer characters. Like, I think Clawroline could be a good character for a game like that, because she could play like no other character could. And, you know, they're not bringing back Beast Kirby anytime soon. If you won't cover fourth-party characters for CFB, what's your stance on public domain-inspired characters like American McGee's Alice or Liza P. Pinocchio? Liza P, I think I would allow. Like, is there ever really even a fucking instance where you are named Pinocchio? I know that the character is Pinocchio. It literally just is like this, like the tale of Pinocchio. But is there like any point where, like, other than maybe like a collectible you find that actually alludes to you being Pinocchio? I haven't had the chance to play it. I really want to play Liza P. It's something that I want to play simply to scratch my Bloodborne itch. Also, to answer your question, Luigi, a fourth-party character is essentially a character that was created outside of a like video game format. You know, like movies, comics, TV shows, stuff like that. That's where characters like Goku and Darth Vader and all them, that's where they reside. They're not real video game characters. They've appeared in video games, but they're not known for being video game characters. What characters do you think would make good assist trophies? You know, that's not something that I tend to think about a lot, because most people, when they hear the name assist trophy, they fucking wince. Like, oh, why couldn't he just be playable instead? A really good assist trophy. I honestly think if you had more assist trophies that like just felt like actual fleshed out characters would probably be better. But also at the same time probably just also make people fucking upset. Like, for example, my favorite assist trophy is Akira from Virtual Fighter, because it's literally just fucking Akira from Virtual Fighter. He fights the exact same, he does all the moves, he has all these cool finishers and stuff like that. Like, that's neat. I like that. Like, give me, like, while I'd like him playable, give me, like, a King from Tekken assist trophy that literally does, like, throw combos. Where he, like, grabs you and he does, like, all these different, like, throws and different shit. That'd be fun. I like it when the assist trophy actually feels like an assist, instead of just a hindrance. They really do be like, gosh dang it, I wish freaking Mother Brain was playable. Hey, I do! I think you can make Mother Brain work. Turn her into the MODOK of Smash. Guile is another example. Oh, I fucking love Guile. Guile is literally a character. It's literally the assist trophy that teaches people how to play neutral. He blocks moves. If you jump over him, he somersaults. And he pressures you from neutral with projectiles. I love it. His AI is a little stupid though. That's the only problem with Guile. How would you take on moveset for Clive Rosefield? Is that the protagonist from FF16? If so, I have no idea because I've never played it. I probably will give it a try when it's on PC. Hopefully sooner rather than later. I hope it's optimized well. I think giving Clive like an Ifrit install would be fun as hell. A lot of stuff you can pick from for moves because it basically just is a Devil May Cry game with an FF skin. Hey, hell for the night. I'm pooped after vacation. Okay, have a good one. Before you go, make sure you have it so that I'm able to leave feedback on your moveset. This goes for everybody else here that did not have their moveset reviewed today. I need a way to review your work through text, so yeah, make sure you give access for when I ask for it. I sent you a DM regarding all that. Okay, good. I'll look at that after. Should Sekita Sanshiro be in Smash? He making a... Okay, you won't talk about cool assist trophies? Sekita Sanshiro will make a fucking amazing assist trophy. Really just beat you to death with a Sega Saturn. Would you be willing to cover movesets that are for a theoretical Smash game with new mechanics? It depends on how outlandish the mechanics are. If it's something that still keeps the spirit of Smash alive and doesn't, you know, try too hard to be different for the sake of being different, I probably wouldn't be super opposed to it. But if it's literally just like different because different is different and we want something different, we use the word different a couple more times in that sentence, then no, probably not. Not that outlandish, it's just super moves and some new status effects. That's not too bad. I don't think I'd be super opposed to it. Why didn't you put EX moves in your Akuma moveset? I'm curious to know. Well, if I really wanted to make an excuse, I would just say it's because it's Third Strike Akuma, and Third Strike Akuma is the only character in the game that can't do EX moves. But mainly because the fact that I think that would have just overcomplicated and blowed the moveset, and I think that Akuma's options already are good enough on their own. By the way, I didn't say this early because I didn't want to seem like a dick, but the moveset you said you spent last time you said you'll cover on this one was my Chandler moveset. How about this? Resubmit it for resubmit it and I'll look at it next time first. How's that sound? Do you think Omega from the Mega Man Zero series would make a good boss in Smash? I have no idea. I've never played the Mega Man Zero games. I'm not a big fan of the way those games look. I am an individual that is a lot of my motivation to play games is how characters look, mainly because of the fact that I'm a character designer myself. And if the game's character designs don't fucking sell me, I'm more than likely not going to be interested in playing it. And I am not a fan of the way characters in the Mega Man Zero series look at all. I will always stand by the fact that the Mega Man X series has the best Mega Man designs. And I also stand by the fact that Mega Man X-Zero is like leagues and bounds better designed than Mega Man Zero Zero. Which Hollow Knight boss do you want playable? Does Hornet count? Because I think that she's pretty much the only option at this point. I also don't remember a ton of the Hollow Knight bosses except for the Dung Beetle boss and the obnoxious fucking, like, 6-on-1 fight against those Rhino Beetles in that one room. And that was like the worst boss fight in the game for me. Dung Defender and Watch Knights. I could not for the life of me tell you what they were called. Dung Defender sounds right. I remember him. He was very memorable. What would you do for Kratos moveset-wise? I would focus on the classic games and say, fuck the new ones. Because the classic games are more fun. What characters do you think could get the Terry DLC pack treatment, i.e. generally representing their series, but also acting as a general representation of their company? Well, first we need to ask, what companies out there are big names but aren't featured in Smash yet? Like, it can't be someone from Sega, or Konami, or Namco, or Square, or Microsoft. It would probably have to be somebody from Sony, like Ratchet and Clank, or Jack and Daxter, or Sly Cooper, or Kratos, or something along those lines. Because those are pretty much the only company I can think of that's a big deal in the names of video games that's not featured in Smash in any way, shape, or form. Oh yeah, I guess if I wanted to give an answer, it'd probably be Soul Bad Guy from Arc System Works. I forgot they're not in Smash yet. I don't really know if they deserve to be in Smash, but what King of Fighters character would you add in the next game? Geese Howard. You have a choice between three Atlas characters to choose from as a newcomer. A Hobino, Jack Frost, and Traveling Boy. Who do you choose? Uh, Jack Frost, because he's the only character out of that list they actually know anything about. Thoughts on the new TF2 update? I have not played it yet, but I hear that people are having fun and that the bots are actually not really there, which is good. I heard there's no new war paints though, which makes me sad because that was like one of the best things about the last season, about the last summer update was all the really good new war paints. I heard that Spy got a really a cool new coat, and maybe I'll get it. But other than that, it's pretty much just new maps. Some of which I heard from Zesty are fucking terrible, and new hats and new unusual effects. And that's pretty much it. Really does feel a little bit empty without the war paints. Any thoughts on Arcane and Rivals 2? I think he looks very fun. I fucking hate the way they're designing lore for this game. It pisses me off how badly they're doing it. Like they have the potential for some of the coolest shit, and they kind of just went, oh, these two characters, yeah, they're like ancient and godlike because we don't have any fucking ideas. Interesting take. Listen, I'm a character designer. I highly value characters being designed both visually and story-wise, and I think for the most part that the Rivals team does a fucking awful job when it comes to designing their stories. Like, the comic they did was freaking terrible. The writing for Dungeons of Aether was just as bad, if not worse. Holy hell, Fleet is like an obnoxious fucking character. Absolutely one of the worst things to come out of the franchise. And then they just said, oh, also Craig's like an ancient deity, and Arcane is the embodiment of a goddess's happiness because why the fuck not? Granted, it's still better than what they did for Claren. Holy hell, they ruined Claren. Like, that comic, and the fact that they made it canon, just like, oh my fucking god, you people have no idea what you're doing. Like, no idea what the fuck you're doing. Oh no, Fleet's the reason I'm turning off voices. Fleet is the reason I am turning off voices. Like, the moment I get that game, all voices are off. I honestly don't pay attention to Rivals' story, so I have no idea how bad it is. Well, it's not just the story, it's also just the fact that I fucking hate the sexual dimorphism between female and male characters in the Rivals universe. It makes no sense, and as a character designer, it literally, like, makes me seethe. The sexual dimorphism between male and female characters in Rivals makes no fucking sense. You get to put in Ravenbeak, Silex, or a fully decloned Dark Samus. Which do you choose? Oh, Ravenbeak. It's not even a competition. Ravenbeak's the most interesting. Also, to answer your question, sexual dimorphism is basically the difference in body traits between a man and a woman. Basically, the physiology that makes them different, you know. Men have bigger, stockier upper bodies. Women have more defined midsections and lower bodies, you know. Along with, you know, sexual organs. No, the problem with Rivals is that literally, like, all the guys are, like, built like actual people, and all the women have, like, no features whatsoever. And I think part of it is because Mark Nelson is a hack and doesn't know how to draw women, but I think it's also just because of the fact that, you know, breasts scare them. Play Rivals? No. No, I'm good. I'm gonna go. When I'm done here, I'm probably gonna go do my daily stuff in Zenless Zone Zero. I think it's more because of the animal traits rather than whatever that was. Lions, rhino, beetles, polar bears, there's a lot more beefiness in the animals that were chosen for the males. No, that's not true. They gave Maple breasts in the comics. Which is probably the only good thing that comic did. Was made Maple actually look like a girl. The comic is also where Orcane got his eyes from. Because that's where the big yellow eyes for Orcane started. And it also pisses me off because Palm exists in the exact same game as Maple, and those two characters next to each other, they don't look like they're from the same fucking game. Yeah, but the problem is that Palm is technically canon. And then Dan tried to give the excuse of, as they evolved over time, they became more, you know, looking like actual people. To which I say, that's bullshit. Shit, we don't know how long the time frame is between, like, the Rivals' current time and the time when McLaren comes from. But given hints and pieces, it's like not even 50 fucking years, and that's not how evolution works, Dan. Oh, you don't need to tell me to not play Concord. I have no interest in it. Constantly inflated breasts is kind of only a human thing, not on mammals in general. Yeah, well, you wanna know what? So are pectorals. And abs and all that other stuff. But you know what? Zetterburn and Forsburn still have them. So that argument doesn't work. So does Craig. So does Loxodont. I'm just saying, if you're gonna go halfway, you might as well go all the way. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Rivals Workshop event. I think they made a good choice with Lorena, but I'm definitely going to say this. Most Rivals Workshop characters, especially ones that are original designs, are always like an 8 out of 10 in terms of gameplay, but in terms of like visual design, they're like a 3 or a 4. Almost always. Like, the Rivals Workshop community is really good at making characters fun, but they fucking suck at actually designing characters. No, James, not even acknowledging stuff made by that creator. That creator's an asshole. Also, memes are basically cyanide for character design, and they don't mesh with anything, and probably should never be seen as a focal point for anything in terms of character design. Yeah, don't talk about Psy. Psy's a weirdo. Psy's the kind of guy who puts like cheat codes into his own characters and uses them in tournaments. Like, he also doesn't know how to design characters, which is why all of his characters look the fucking same. Unless, you know, they're a blatant meme, like Giga Chad or Virgil sitting in a chair. He has one joke, and that's that his characters are overpowered, and it becomes very fucking tiring, and it's not good character design. I mean, no, it's not a well-designed kit, because he doesn't design characters well. They're literally just overpowered for the sake of being overpowered. to be completely honest with you, I don't think a lot of people that make just like Rivals originals characters don't really have a very good grasp on what character design is and how, what makes characters good and bad. That's why a majority of them come out looking as bugly as they do. Are most of the workshop creators considered controversial to a point where they get blacklisted from the internet? Oh no. No. A lot of workshop creators are perfectly fine people. Like Sai is an exception. Sai gets a pass because he's a half decent sprite animator and coder. He just makes meme garbage though, and sneaks memes into his actual characters, and it's cringe, as the kids say. But a lot of actual moveset like designers for the workshop are perfectly fine people. Assuming it makes sense to the character, general thoughts on characters that do something different for every move. If it makes sense for the character, I have no problem with it. But if it's literally just a reference for the sake of reference, which is literally what the Smash community is obsessed with, then no, I think that it's bad. Well, speaking of movesets, I should also just say, for people that have not submitted movesets yet for the stream series that I plan to do in the first week of August, please get them in, because I do need like a week's worth of stuff to go through, and I do not have much set up yet. I have a small amount, and some people even send me some through DMs, but I don't know why. But yeah, I need more. So if you know a moveset that you either like, or you hate, or you think should be seen by more people, I don't care. Everything's free game. Which stream series? Oh, you didn't. In my Discord, I announced that on the first week of August, I was gonna do like a stream series of other movesets, because I was hankering for it to make like a sequel to what I did for Duke of Dork's review series last year, and just something fun and unique. I said, like, everyone is free game. Like, everybody is allowed. I don't care who it is. I found someone to critique. No, it's not just one person. I literally just said, send me moveset videos. Like, I even made a tab for it in my Discord, which is like, send me moveset videos. It can be something you love. It can be something you hate. It can be something that you found that's maybe small and people don't really know about and you want to have more people see it. Doesn't matter. Every creator is open to being put on the chopping block. And I've already seen some submissions that are probably going to make me pretty upset. Oh well, that's content. I don't have a Discord, so it's okay if I say one in the comments for this stream. Actually, you can say 3, because I allowed 3 per person. I might make it an unlimited amount if people don't start submitting more, though. Yeah, I upped it to 3. 3 per person. That might go up if people don't start submitting more.
Okay.
No, Vinny, stop. They have to be links, right? Yes. Why do I keep fucking up this word? I've said this like 3 times today. Moves that rework. Make the reworks allowed. Yes, reworks are allowed. It can be new moveset, it can be new movesets for new characters, or it can be revamps of older characters. Everything is fair game. I've had submissions for a bunch of different people, and it's gonna be interesting. If you think his reworks suck, submit them in the Discord. Give me reason to tell you why they're bad. But yeah, it's in the submissions tier. It's the last channel. Oh fuck me, somebody posted a mock rock video. That's gonna be a fucking trip and a half, isn't it? You expecting to rage like with Brawl Fam 1? I am going to do my best to not completely fly off the handle at every given opportunity. I will try. That is a promise. I will try. But if something is bad, I will not be afraid to tell you that it's bad. Me resisting the urge to put Brawl Fam movesets in there, I gave in. No, go ahead, I don't care. Don't worry, it'll be a fun time for everybody involved. I like Mockrock Scandorf rework, even if it's not how I would do it personally. I haven't really watched any Mockrock videos in like... How long ago was his hypothetical newcomer video? Because that was the last time I watched the Mockrock video. How long do you think the stream will be? Probably 4 to 5 hours a day, because it's gonna be for a week. Joe, why is your mouth sore? I think my bottom left tooth is at the last laying and is in pain. Oh. Despite Brofen's quality with his moveset, I do hope that he's doing okay in terms of his wrist. Yeah, we haven't really heard much out of him in a while. He had his surgery and he's recovering. You figure he'd do something by now. It's been, I think, like a few months. Yeah, I more than likely will not be as harsh on BJ's content this time around. I'll tell you why something's bad. Regardless. Character design is equal rights, equal fights. It doesn't matter friend or foe. If they design something good or bad, it's good or bad, and there's nothing you can do about it. Apparently something went wrong with his first surgery and he has to get another one. Fuck. But yeah. Send me those videos. I'll take them all. Give me a week's worth of content to review. Give me something that'll cut down my lifespan by 20 fucking years. Please, by all means. Send me into a catatonic coma by the end of the week. Advice regarding designing heavyweights in particular, outside of giving them recoveries that are actually allowed and survive like they're supposed to. It's a pretty broad question. Depends on the way you want to build the heavyweight. Sending Pro the whole Dells didn't rework playlist. Do it! Do it, coward, you won't! Do it, coward, you won't! Do it, coward, you won't! No, but to be honest, I haven't seen them. I hear bits and pieces through the sycophancy in Isaac's Discord, and that's pretty much it. You haven't seen my course move, said no recovery for beans, but good luck actually launching it. But yeah, it wouldn't exhaust me. If anything, looking at bad designs just gives me the motivation to make something myself. Make something better. Put an iron in your mouth and pull the trigger. I need that on the soundboard. I don't think his wrist broke. It's more along the lines that something that he like stressed it. I think it's something along the lines of like carpal tunnel. I could be wrong. But it's something to do with just like pain in the wrist. I don't think he outright broke his wrist. But I think they had to break it in order to fix it. Which is not uncommon for stuff like this. My mother actually had something similar with her foot like a couple years ago, where she had to have her foot broken in order for it to actually be fixed. Tendinitis. Yeah, I probably have that too. But after hearing about how bad his experience is with surgery, I don't know if I'm never going to get surgery for it. I'll live with the pain. I don't fucking care. Yeah, I just stuck it out. I mean, listen to this. I ain't getting no surgery. I don't care. I don't care. That's not even my drawing wrist. That's my right hand, not my left. But I just have bones that make those noises. As someone who wants to draw, I know not to overdo it. Yeah, I learned that the hard way, which is why it's like next to impossible for me to draw it for like 10 to 15 minutes at a time nowadays without some serious fucking pain medication, which is mostly just ibuprofen. Night owl till the very end. Oh, you fucking better believe it. That's why I'm almost done with another video. And then the next video is almost done too. And there's probably going to be a period of like 2 to 3 weeks sometime this year where just you get like 3 videos in a week. I'm not kidding. It's probably going to happen at some point. Just because of the fact that I've been working on a lot of things at the same time, and they're pretty much all reaching completion at roughly the same speed. So because of that, you're more than likely just going to have an instance where you get like that many videos in that amount of time. It feels inevitable. I don't know when. Probably like, I'm going to guess like late September is when it's going to happen. Where you just get like a fucking, like a fucking bunch of videos to make up for the fact that I've been extremely slow this year. Like my slowest year by far. Will the next moveset be the tribute to Tucker? Yes. It will not be monetized. If it gets monetized, I'm putting in a fucking complaint to YouTube because I specifically will make sure that it's not monetized on my channel, but they'll probably still fucking put ads on it because it's fucking YouTube. Remember you saying 9 a.m. was, and I quote, way too early, meaning, meanwhile I'm saying over waking up at 4:40 to get ready for work. Well, here's the thing. Well, I work from home. I work remote in contract work. So I basically get to wake up whenever the fuck I want, because as long as I meet my quota and I get things done within the same amount of time, I'm good, and nothing really matters. So, yeah. Sometimes 9 a.m. is too early. Sometimes 9 a.m. is too late because I'm going to sleep at 9 a.m. I wish I had that freedom. It's a double-edged sword, honestly. It really is. It makes you complacent sometimes. I don't know why I had to feel the need to vent. I hate waking up that early. I mean, I don't think anybody enjoys waking up that early, to be honest with you. I would not wish that on anybody. No, fuck off, YouTube. I'm not giving you ads. But yeah, my sleep schedule sometimes is just so fucked. Sometimes, like, I wake up at 4 in the morning. Sometimes I wake up at 4 in the afternoon. And it usually flip-flops between somewhere in between those. Like, now I'm on a now I'm in like a sleeping schedule where I wake up roughly around like 9:30, 10 in the morning. But like a week ago, I was waking up at like 5:30 to 6. But I do enjoy waking up later because I work way better at night than I do during the day. Thought my sleep schedule is bad. Yeah, my sleep schedule goes all over the fucking place. That's not a habit that I encourage people to follow. My sleeping schedule is fucking atrocious. Which, if you could at least make a sensible decision, ban LT. Let's not talk about him, Mario, if that's okay with you. We don't need to talk about lolcows here. Also, Darkside Phil's not on Twitch, he's on YouTube. But I agree. I have some nights where I don't fall asleep at all. Yeah, same. And then I'm like, I'll stay up all day to reset my sleeping schedule. It will totally be perfectly fine. And then I'm asleep at 2 in the afternoon. And I wake up at like 10 in the evening. And I realize, oh fuck, I just made it worse. That's one of the reasons why my sleep schedule is so fucking bad, because I always have those instances of... I'll stay up and reset my sleeping schedule, and then I almost never fucking am able to do it, because by 1 in the afternoon I feel like shit, and I can barely keep my eyes open and barely function. I look for you on Twitch, I didn't see squat. I have a Twitch account. I just don't do anything on it. Figured I would get back into it. I used to stream a lot back during, like, between like 2017 and basically before I started doing stuff seriously on YouTube. I did a lot of stuff on Twitch. I still tend to do stuff, you know, when there's like events like Halloween and birthdays and stuff like that. Most fun times of the year, just getting together with friends, just doing shit. The most fun thing I did last year was that Halo 4 playthrough with my friends. That was just incredible. I at least try to get my 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night, for better or for worse. Here's the funny thing. When I get 7 hours of sleep, I tend to feel fucking worse than I did when I get 5 hours of sleep. I can't explain why, but 7 hours, is, for some reason for me, is the spot where I feel the fucking worst. I can feel amazing sometimes after like 2 hours of sleep. On a rare occasion, I never feel good after 7 hours of sleep. You are cursed with bad sleep. I think it's more just along the lines that I don't really have anything that I need to wake up for, because again, work, finish quota, doesn't matter when the quota's done, as long as it's done within a set period of time. Doesn't matter if you like check in like some days, but for the most part, it's just do the work and then submit it, and then you're good. So as a result, I don't really need to worry about setting my time to wake up for something, and that's probably why my sleep schedule was so bad. Because when I was in college, I could easily wake up when I needed to and go to sleep when I needed to. It's basically just the fact that I have nothing planned or anything that I need to be up for, and as a result, I don't wake up until I need to, or I want to. I just checked how long my CFB submission was. It's a little long, over 6K words. Apologies in advance for your voice. It's fine. I think my voice just today hasn't been the greatest because a lot of dry air recently, and I've been doing a lot of voice recording for other projects, so my voice is technically not the greatest. How do you feel about Vice and Mature in KOF 15? Again, I think I said this at the beginning of the stream, but I am astonished that when they announced that they were going to be making extra DLC characters, that it was them and not somebody like Akuma. I think they're very good characters. I'm glad that they're coming back, and I really like their designs. But they're not really characters that I think would bring people back to playing the game. If you catch my drift. Why would they put Akuma in KOF? Because Terry and Meyer in Street Fighter 6. I'm just glad KOF 15 is still going. I thought it was done. Like, I thought that, like, that's why, like, the big announcement of this, like, new character was, like, a big deal, and that's why I thought it was a Street Fighter character, because Terry's in Street Fighter, so Street Fighter character in KOF makes sense. Nice lead-in for a potential Capcom versus SNK sometime in the future, because it's literally Capcom versus SNK in 2 different games, and then it turned out to be Vice and Mature. I think they'd put in Jamie and Luke. Luke, probably. I don't know about Jamie. Alright, well, still going, I guess. Still going, just wasn't the best. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Do you think they would add English voices to KOF 15 even if it was phoned in? No, and I'm kind of glad that they didn't, because I think that the English is very charming and should probably stay there, and they tried English voice actors in KOF before. It didn't turn out very good. But yeah, in the sense of KOF, I'm surprised that they didn't put in a Metal Slug character. Like, that's a big thing they could have announced that could be coming back. Like, fucking Metal Slug and KOF again. That's awesome. Say the Wolves is looking fire. Yes, it is. Definitely is. I'm the cut English dub of KOF 13. Was that great? No, it was not. I remember the dub of KOF 12. It was very subpar. I wonder if they're going to announce anything for it at EVO. It'd be nice if there was like a release date. Maybe there already is, I don't remember. What time is it? Holy shit, we've been doing this for over an hour. Jesus! Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it before we, you know, keep devolving into more shit. So, quickly on the docket, you are not gonna be waiting until the end of August for the next Cleared for Battle. It'll probably be, I'm going to guess, around the second week, maybe. First week is dedicated to the streaming series that I want to do, and right off the bat, I'm gonna say, give me videos. Give me movesets to review. I don't care who they're from. More variety, the better. Something you like, something you hate, something you wish more people saw. I don't care. Give it to me. Give it all to me. It doesn't have to be only for new characters. It can also be revamps for old ones too. The next video I'm working on probably be out in the next few days. Yeah, I'd better see the full playlist of Delzatin's character revamps in my freaking critique section. You better fucking send it. You better throw that brick right in my head. But yeah, I'll be seeing you guys again soon. I might want to stream more, like just actual games, because I want to test to see if I can stream Zenless Zone Zero. If I can effectively stream Zenless Zone Zero, you might be seeing me stream it every now and again because I enjoy the game. But yeah, other than that, if your moveset did not get reviewed today, do not resubmit it. Unless it's something that you actually want me to see, because if you already submitted something, your new submission is going to override it because you only get one. So you don't need to resubmit. There's been a lot of people resubmitting stuff over and over again for Clear for Battle Episode 4. And I'm not opening anything for Episode 5 yet because Episode 4 is not out yet. This is still Episode 3. So, do not resubmit your work yet unless you want me to see what was not seen this week before the thing that you submitted before. But yeah, other than that, drink water, hug your parents, spend some time with your pets. Go for a walk, the weather's nice, and have a good one. Oh, and remember to play DMC2, it's the best! Because Dante is good and he shoot the gun.